There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to part. I don't know. I shouldn't enumerate parts. I should just like accept that sometimes I do things and sometimes I don't, and there's no need to split them into numbers. Anyway, so I'm gonna be working on Half-Edge, my 3D modeling tool, and we've been looking at soft selection, which is a way to you know what? I'm just going to show you instead of explaining it. Why explain when I can show? You know, show, don't tell. So if I do this, so this is my 3D modeling application. Well, work in progress. It's not done. It is also not visible. Hold on. Why is it not visible? Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is my 3D modeling application. It is running in Unity right now, but it's not a Unity plugin. It's a standalone application. But yeah, so what I've been working on of late is a soft selection feature. So in most selections you do in 3D modeling, you kind of just like you select individual elements, and then when you want to manipulate them, you kind of just move those specific elements. But sometimes you want to do a more soft modification, like if you're manipulating some kind of organic object or terrain or something that's like blobby, whatever it might be. Sometimes you want to be able to select a few elements and then have a fall off so that you kind of have partially selected elements, which makes it so that when you move these elements, the others are kind of dragged along with it like this. So this is soft selection. And it is mostly working. There are a few bugs or like just things that I haven't implemented yet when it comes to this. The one thing that I did off stream was that I fixed my rotation issues. So my rotation gizmo was broken, but now it's working again. I also made it so that this soft selection also works with rotations. So now it's kind of like, it's very unintuitive the way that it works for rotations. I feel like this is wrong, so I might have to look into it at some point. But yeah, it sort of kind of does what I think it does, or what I think it's supposed to do. But yeah, I think there's some kind of like scale issue here that I need to look into. I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks pretty alright if I'm on like on a mesh like this. Oh wait, that looks super wrong. But also, I'm not entirely sure what it's supposed to look like, but I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to shoot off to infinity. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. It looks very incorrect. Yeah, that does not look fine. I wonder if it's my scale delta thing. I used to go like back and forth between like Unity's affine transform objects. So I'm just gonna see if that looks just as broken. Is soft rotation something that actually gets used in modeling? Probably. I mean, you're kind of just like moving things around, and sometimes you want to rotate that thing. So, and it's also honestly not that hard to just add rotation to it. So, it's free real estate, or whatever the meme says. Okay, this looks significantly more stable. So I do think that something is wrong with my other transformation code. The thing that this one does is that it kind of goes from a position scale, like a vector 3 position, a vector 3 scale, and a quaternion. That's what I usually use for my transforms. But for this one, I instead use I convert it to an affine transform, so like a transformation matrix. And then I do the math on the transformation matrix and then convert back, which is a little bit unnecessary. And so I just wanted to take a shortcut for that instead of doing that conversion step. But obviously the conversion is more stable, so I probably just messed something up in my code. But honestly, this is working good enough for now. The thing that I've been looking at these past few streams is not just soft selection in and of itself, but I've also been looking at something known as geodesic soft selection, which basically means that instead of using the like straight line distance for this fall off, I would instead use distance along the surface. In some cases they're the same. So if you have like a flat plane, then on a flat plane there's no difference between like geodesic and Euclidean distance. Like that would look exactly the same. But the differences start to arise when you do something like, oh wait, I can extrude edges. Or did I add edge extrude? I forget. You know what? I can just move these vertices. So if you have a shape kind of like this, let me turn off soft selection for a bit. Like if I drag this one, if I select some points on this surface up here, I might not always want these vertices to also move. Because I feel like when you do this, it's like usually you want to affect the part of the surface that you actually selected and looked at, and everything around it is something that you usually don't want to affect. Like if this is like, I don't know what this could be. Maybe it's a book or something, and I want to like model a pile of dirt on top of this book. Like I would probably just want to like add a pile bump on top, but not affect the bottom of this book, right? So yeah, so in order to do that, instead of using the like straight line distance from your selection to every other vertex, I need geodesic distance. So I need the distance from the selected vertices to the unselected vertices along the surface. So it would be much longer, this distance, such that, well, depending on your selection radius. So if this is like super far away, then you wouldn't want this movement to also affect these vertices, because like they're close in Euclidean distance, but geodesic distance, they're very far away because you need to go very far along the surface to reach those vertices. Are you okay, Thor? Okay, Thor wants some water, so I'll be right back. Give me a moment. How long have you been working on it? It's been on and off for, I don't even know, 3 years? But I've absolutely not been working on this full time. So I don't know how to measure or like, I don't know how to measure that or how to answer that question. So who knows? All right. Wait, I feel like there were a few more questions that I missed. 3D modeling buffer from Unity. So this is not a Unity plugin. This is a standalone application. So you will be able to make 3D models for whatever game engine you're using. So it's not engine specific. But I'm making it in Unity. So it's kind of like a Unity game. Like, I'm going to release it just the way you would release a Unity game. There's literally no difference. It's just a game that looks like an application. So like all of these like menu items up here is like, oh, that actually looks strange now that I upgraded Unity. So something's changed. Anyway, but yeah, so it's not engine specific. It's not specifically for Unity. It's for any game engine. Is it more broken when it's far away from the world origin? Could be the case. If you're thinking about the rotation. Will Unity Splash appear on launching? No. I don't think that's necessary. And you want it to open relatively quickly, so. Would be nice as a Unity / other plugin though. That's true, and that's what it started out as, but like for a while I tried to maintain the codebase such that I could release it both as an integrated thing in Unity as well as a standalone thing, but honestly, it's quite a lot of work to make a 3D modeling application, to put it mildly. And I noticed that like maintaining that separation was adding a lot of work that I just don't have the time to. I need to be like super careful with how I manage time for this project and what features I decide to cut and what features I decide to keep for 1.0 especially. So yeah, like integrated support into Unity is not something that I'm prioritizing right now. But there is a, I mean, there is kind of a halfway thing that I could do where I could set up like a synchronization plugin for Unity so that you can like, you can edit your stuff in Half-Edge and you would see stuff update in Unity in real time. Like stuff like that is possible. And I think that's a more reasonable way to go about this, I think, because there's more separation and that makes the code base a little bit easier. Managing editor state windows is a ton of overhead. Yeah, but there's also a few downsides of making it standalone in that sense, because there is no Windows window management in standalone Unity applications. Like, I cannot make multiple windows for a Unity game. That like Unity doesn't support that. Yeah, so like for example, like dockable panels that you can like detach from the application. Like I just can't do that unless I make the game cover every single monitor, and yeah, which is weird. So yeah, there is a way to do it, but it requires like a native plugin and it requires coding stuff in C++, which I did for a short bit, and it made me hate C++ with a passion. And I got not very far into that. So yeah, so I'm thinking like for 1.0, it's not going to be perfect in terms of Windows management and integration and all of that stuff. So yeah, I looked into it, but yeah. I wanted to ask you about the clothoid spline thing you made. I'm trying to make a program that makes a railway alignment, so I was wondering if you could share any of the math you worked out for that. So it's basically just the Euler spiral, right? So the Euler spiral is a function that has a constant change of curvature. So curvature is changing linearly with arc length. So yeah, I look into the Euler spiral, and then what you basically do is that you fit an Euler spiral from a straight line segment to whatever other curve you have. Like you just match the curvature at the endpoints. Yeah. Okay. Could you do integrations with other game engines, or would Unity not allow that? I mean, I think I could do integrations with other game engines. I think that's mostly a matter of like, I personally just don't know that much about tool development for other engines, and I would need to look into that. So, but I mean, that might be a good candidate to like, I don't know, if this does well and it sells a lot, then I would be able to hire someone. And I think like hiring someone who's an expert at Unreal tool development could then make an Unreal plugin for it. But For now, I am not wealthy, and I do not have the funds to hire people. So, good Lord Thor! Oh my God, there's a cat on my keyboard right now. Hello. Hey. Yeah. I watched you on and off for a few years. I own shapes, etc. Hell yeah. This latest project is amazing. It's so you're killing it. Thank you. What did you study in college? I did not study. I did study, but I didn't go to college. I went to, so after high school, I had a natural sciences high school education, and then after that, I went to a like very short, like 1 year vocational school called Future Games, which was a like very specific, like a game. It was called game design, but it was kind of like game design, a little bit of programming, that kind of stuff. So I went to a short vocational education there. Yeah, so I've never been to university or college or whatever. I don't even know the difference between a university and a college. That's how detached I am from from university stuff. That would be sick and easier for making games though without sync. Learning Blender at the same time as learning Unity is a bit heavy a learning curve. If it's possible, the learning curve will be easier. So one of the things that I really want to have, or one of the reasons I struggled with Blender is very silly, but honestly, just the fact that the camera controls are different. And I feel like I have to relearn every single time I open Blender, I need to relearn the camera controls because it's not the same as in Unity. And so part of what I want to do in Half Edge is that I want to make sure that the going from Unity to Half Edge should feel seamless. And so, well, depending on which camera control you usually use, but I pretty much always use the orbit camera. So yeah, I just have the like exact same camera behavior that Unity has for its camera, including like focusing your selection and that kind of stuff. And also stuff for like swapping the which manipulator you want to use. This is also the same as Unity. So like all of that stuff aligns. But yeah. Will there be sculpting features? Sculpting is not going to be prioritized, especially not for 1.0. It's pretty much a mid-poly modeling tool. That's usually the way that I frame it. So it's kind of like, it's for small to medium-sized indie studios. That's kind of the main target audience. And it's specifically for... it's specifically for game developers, so I won't be catering to people doing stuff outside of game development. So it's not going to be made for cinema, and it's not going to be made for like CAD stuff. So it's specifically going to be for game development. Do you have any general roadmaps for beginners in programming in Unity? What is a must-have to know in your opinion? I think one of the things you really need is a strong motivation to do it and to actually get started. Start making stuff really early, and don't get stuck watching tutorials forever. There are probably some really good introductory tutorials, and once you picked up some of those, start making something using that knowledge that you got, even some rudimentary simple things. Yeah, I think it's really important to get into the engine and start making stuff, and then after a while you're going to start developing like a natural fluency with using the tools, and then learning is going to become kind of like self-perpetuating in a way. Or maybe that's just me, I don't know, people learn in different ways. Will your modeling software have any CAM features? Well, what's CAM? Or do you mean CAD? If so, then not really, no. Okay. So what am I gonna do today? I am oh, are you trying to keep the core separate from the rendering so that it could be ported to other toolkits or frameworks? Not really. But it is something I've considered. Because sometimes there's like sometimes if you create something that people like and a lot of indie studios start using it, then you might have AAA companies reach out to you, and then they're going to ask you a bunch of licensing questions that you're not going to be able to answer because I don't know how to I don't know how to do business stuff. But yeah, it might be good to have like some kind of plan for that. But yeah, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea how to do that like business side of things. Will Half-Edge feature a UV editor? Yes. The UV editor is actually one of the things I'm mostly looking forward to making. So it sounds silly, but I'm saving that for. I'm saving the UV editor for when I get bored and I don't want to work on the project anymore. That's when I'm going to pull the UV editor lever to like get me excited again. So that's the plan. But yeah. And yeah, I think someone asked about like loop selection, and yes, I do have loop selection stuff, and I thought I had ring selection, but I might have moved it away from this shortcut. But at the very least I have a button for it. Okay, all right. So there are a few things that I wanted to work on today. So there's a few like cleanup things that are really boring, I think, that I should be spending some time on. So right now the soft selection only works with selected vertices, but I don't have support for soft selection when it comes to edge selections. Or if I do, it's by mistake. So yeah, no, that doesn't work. Did you finish reading the paper? I don't think I continued reading the last bit of the paper on stream, but I'm not sure how relevant the rest of that was for my use case, because I think there was a bunch of stuff about like other types of topology and whatnot. Okay. What's your opinion about fluorite? Does it have the potential to be an alternative for Godot and Unity? I have never heard of it, so maybe. I have no clue. Okay. Will you ever make videos related to AI? That was literally the last video I made, was about AI. But maybe. We'll see. I might make another version of that video that's a little bit more scripted and my full opinion on AI, because it's developed a little bit since then, but sentiment is largely the same. Okay, so let's see. Do I do cleanup stuff? Or do I... Yeah, I feel like I should make it work for different selection types. I think it's weird to not have it work for the other selection type. That feels like I should just make it work. So let's do that. I'm also going to need to make a radius slider. And then something that I also really want to do is like, I really want to be able to visualize the distance in a nice way. So I'm considering looking into the rendering code for like how I draw the mesh in the scene. Right now the rendering is a little bit haphazardly put together. I'm not super proud of that code. So and also for whatever reason, it is running like all the time. It is like running the rendering in an update loop, which it really shouldn't. And I'm not sure why it's doing that. So there's some logic somewhere for like when to run the update function that's broken that I should really fix, because my computer is just like going like super, just like full beans all the time when I have half edge open, which is obviously not good. I missed that. Maybe the fundamentals like neural network and stuff. No. Okay, so my last video was about AI, but you might not be aware that I am very much an AI hater. So it was not positive, and it was not a technical breakdown. It was an emotional breakdown of myself. So you think you're gonna have GPU accelerated features? I already do. So my box selection is done on the GPU. So all of this same thing for element selection, like any type of box selection is done on the GPU, which is kind of neat because then it's super fast. Okay. Any advice to learn C++ fast and efficient? Not really. I don't have good advice for C++. I haven't used it much. Can you elaborate more about what you want to do with the distance? So, well, first off, I have the soft selection I have now is Euclidean distance, but I think properly, I think it would generally be better to like have geodesic distance rather than Euclidean distance. Both would be useful, but yeah. So right now I kind of have the easy one to implemented, but not the difficult one. The geodesic distance. So that would be the next step for the soft selection itself. But I think I would want to make the the soft selection work with the other element types and not just vertices. So I think that might just be my next step, actually. Yeah, I think I thought you already had implemented the geodesic. No, the I got a little bit stuck. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna tell you where I got stuck. Give me a moment. To plug some stuff in. Okay, come on. Wake up. I just wanted to thank you because of your video. I delved into the heat kernel paper, and from there a whole bunch of topics and papers. It's been a wild ride. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. So. Oh yeah, actually someone also mentioned, someone in the YouTube comments said that like because the thing I really want is a soft selection, maybe I don't actually need geodesic distance, and maybe there's a way to use the heat equation directly to get a soft selection fall off. Which is kind of it's an interesting thought, and I wonder, yeah, I wonder, the tricky part there is that I want to have a maximum distance, and if there's no maximum distance, it feels a little bit flaky. But maybe there's a way to work around that. And then also the fall off needs to be smooth. I want kind of like a smooth bump function. like a normal distribution-ish. But with a direct heat equation, it's going to be like an exponential curve with a sharp tip, which is not what I want. But are you planning on implementing SDF-based 3D modeling in your application? No, because well, I guess it depends exactly on what you mean by SDF-based 3D modeling. Yeah, I know what SDF like shapes are and how you do the whole like combination of, it's kind of like a Boolean workflow with implicit shapes. But it's not something I planned at the moment. And it's also partially because like polygonal modeling is significantly harder to make than SDF based modeling. So like SDFs for like quote unquote geometry is much simpler to implement. It's literally implicit functions that you trace. So yeah, so for me it's like I kind of want to do the hard part first, and then if for some reason people want to use SDF stuff, then that's something I can implement later. But SDFs are also just not as flexible as polygons are, which is, you know, that's why we generally use polygons in games. But yeah. So and so the what was I going to say? I got distracted by a child running by. Kids. And then also my cat. I think my cat wanted something. I don't even know which one that was. What was I going to talk about? I was going to talk about soft selection. Oh, I was going to cover why I got stuck on the math. Right, okay. So, the thing that I need is I need to solve this equation. This equation is a linear system. In other words, this is a column vector of unknown values. So this column vector of unknown values, this would be the temperature in the heat equation. And then this is the initial condition where or rather, I guess it's the indicator function. But yeah, we make it such that there's a set of points that is your selection where we have a fixed temperature or fixed value, right? And then we want to diffuse the temperature across the entire mesh, right? So I need to solve this equation, and this is a linear system, and this is a big sparse n by n matrix, which is the mass matrix. There's a time value for the temperature diffusion, and then there's the cotangent matrix. The cotangent matrix, I haven't fully worked out how that would be set up, but it would be something like every let's see, every vertex has a or no, I think it's every edge, maybe. I forget exactly how it was set up. Hold on. Yeah, it's the sum over. Right. Okay, yeah, now I remember. But basically, you have a relationship between all of your vertices, and you need to get this cotan matrix out of that. And then once you have the cotan matrix, I need to solve this linear system. There's many different ways of solving linear systems. That's like a whole can of worms in and of itself. But I was thinking I would use kind of like a very easy numeric method, the known as the Jacobi. Jacobi. I don't know what it's called. Jacobi method. But I'm going to use Jacobi iterations to try to solve for this. And the idea with the Jacobi iterations is that you kind of like you refine it over time, so you kind of step towards the solution, and you have a bunch of you just run math over and over and over again until it gets refined. Which is nice to use. The reason this is nice to use is because you can write it in this like element-based formula where you have some value in this array of temperatures, like one of these. And then given this formula, you can get the next value for that value. So like what you store in memory is pretty much one of these and another copy just for just to be able to transfer back and forth in parallel. Which is very different from a lot of other solvers. There are some other solvers where this matrix has to exist in memory, where this has to be a huge, enormous sparse matrix, like a ridiculously huge matrix. And yeah, and a lot of solvers don't work like iteratively like this one. So this one is kind of like, it's pretty slow in terms of converging to like the final answer, but it's easy to implement, and yeah, it's useful for that reason. So this is the Jacobi method for solving a linear system. Okay, but in order to do that, there's kind of two things that I need to do. I need to compute the vertex Laplacian, and let's see if I can remember what this whole thing was. Oh yeah, okay. So, right. The Laplacian is the inverse mass matrix times the cotan matrix. And the cotan matrix is this whole thing. But where I got stuck was that I don't have a triangular mesh. I have a polygonal mesh. And so the way that I compute the vertex Laplacian changes. I don't think I can use this formula. I need some other way to do this. And so the whole thing kind of just doesn't work directly. Like I could do hacks like triangulate the mesh and then compute the Laplacian, but that feels kind of gross. I feel like I should implement it I should implement it properly or not at all, you know? And it's been a little bit unclear to me how I would translate this to a polygonal mesh, because this one assumes triangles everywhere. And the paper does mention polygonal meshes, but it didn't outline the discrete version of the vertex Laplacian for polygonal meshes. It just gave me the continuous version. And so I would need to translate from the continuous to the discrete one, in which case I need to learn more differential geometry. So I'm a little bit behind on differential geometry in order for me to parse that particular one. They did mention a paper though. Let me see if I can find it. I think I saved it. Was it this one? Yeah, okay, so this paper, one second. Okay, so this paper, discrete Laplacians on general polygonal meshes, which is exactly what I want. Is a little bit dense. I really need to know. I really need to know my shit if I am to parse this paper, because it's pretty notation heavy. Let's see. Where's their Laplacian? Is it this one maybe? But yeah, this one was, it was not immediately obvious to me how this would translate to my use case. They do have like pseudocode here. But the thing that I kind of, that's kind of annoying is that so much of math papers, they always put things in matrices. and like, I get it, but I feel like I always have to disentangle the matrix first in order to know what the heck is going on. But yeah, so I think this matrix MF is the load-bearing matrix that would give us the Laplacian. I think. Okay, so this says the Laplacian is defined as D transposed MFD. And now D in math can mean approximately 2,000 different things. So what do they mean by D in this paper? Okay. They're using half edges. Oh, D is independent of choice of any metric. Okay. Wait, does it mean derivative in this case? Wait, D is a co-boundary operator. Here's an adjoint operator. I don't exactly know what the D means here. Yeah, I think there's two different types of Laplacians. Is it called vector Laplacian? And then there's cotan Laplacian. Oh yeah, it bears pointing out the conceptual difference between blackboard bold L and L, so these are the Laplacians. In the language of partial differential equations, bold L corresponds to strong or pointwise formulation of the Laplacian, whereas L represents the weak or integrated version. L gives rise to the Dirichlet energy of a function U, defined via this function. I'm not familiar with this like sandwich operation here with like U transpose Laplacian U. But it feels like they have sandwiches in various places. Yeah. Yeah, there might just be some algebra that I'm missing that would make it obvious how I would go from one paper to another. I feel like I would probably have to read this paper from start to finish in order to like actually internalize it. But this one is a lot more like explicit. But yeah, they keep like arranging stuff into matrices. So like, oh, here we take like all the vertices in the mesh, and then we arrange the differences between the vertices, and then we transpose it, arrange it into a matrix, and then we transpose this thing and multiply by this matrix, and then to do this whole thing, and like this is all like constructing a matrix, but I don't think that's what I want to do. I think what I want to do is that I want to sample those values without constructing the matrix, because storing a matrix that's 10,000 by 10,000 is kind of a lot. Because like when you use the the stencil method, or like on a grid, or if I generally use the Jacobi iterations, the nice thing about this is that you probably don't actually need to compute this entire matrix. You just you compute these specific elements as you need them, and then you use it in this formula. So you never have to represent this entire huge chunk of memory. That's what's so nice about this method. But in order to do that, this whole formula does construct this whole matrix, and it doesn't just tell you oh, this is how to compute this element, this is how to compute this element. That's not what this does. This code basically tells you you can create this enormous thing by multiplying by this enormous thing, and then this enormous thing, and then this enormous thing, which is the transpose of this other enormous thing, and then ugh. So I don't know what that shakes out to be in the end, but you probably could simplify each element, but it's just not how the paper has written the whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, I wonder if do they give a definition of MF somewhere here? Or is it just an abstract name for the thing? Wait, we denote 3 vectors by boldface letters. 3 vectors. Wait, really? Or do they mean 3D vectors? Otherwise, my brain is going to explode if they mean the higher dimensional K vectors. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty dense. And I would need to I would need to brush up on my differential geometry. So I don't remember all of the stuff. But I think it simplifies to something pretty simple to implement. That's what's kind of annoying about it, but but yeah. Okay, question is, do I have the brain to go through this paper today? Or do I do other stuff? How parsable, implementable is that pseudocode? I think it's relatively parsable. It's just that everything is in matrix notation, and implementing this using actual matrix data structures is not going to be viable because they're going to be enormous matrices. But there's some stuff here that's like fine. Although I'm not sure what is orthonormal kernel of E transpose. What is this? C. Okay, a C. Do we have this somewhere? Orthonormal kernel of E transpose. Is that like an orthonormal basis per edge? Okay, so E is the half edges. Okay. And then we have the dual edges, which is MF times EF. What is MF? Is that the mass matrix? For any pair alpha beta of discrete one forms. Let's see, discrete one form. A one form is a vector function, right? Like a vector field, sort of. Sum runs over all faces. Work with a symmetric KF by KF matrix. MF. Is this the definition of MF? But then I need M1 and M0. I don't know what that is. There's a whole dependency chain here. Yeah, I would probably just not. I would probably need to read this from the start. This is pretty dense. Could give this paper to Claude and ask it how to convert to polymatrix. I don't like using AI, so I don't want to do that. But anyway, if you want to better understand this paper, I suggest Justin Solomon's Applied Numerical Algorithms course. Is that like available freely online? Is that a thing? This one? Linear algebra, root finding. Is the okay? So is there some part of this series? Mm-hmm. Well, this doesn't really seem to be specifically about like discrete geometry, right? This looks like it's mostly about various linear algebra concepts and solving linear systems, right? So I don't know how that relates to the paper. I heard there will be some game dev conference in Sweden. Will you visit it? I'm going to Norway soon. So I'm going to be there, but I don't know about any in Sweden. I might have just missed it. Okay. All right. So either I can read through this whole thing, try to parse it, or I could fix the other things. That's a little bit easier. I think maybe maybe I think it's better to look at the other things for now. I don't know if I'm ready to jump into that paper. I don't know if I'm ready. Okay. Let's do, at the very least, let's just start with the easier stuff. Let's fix my soft selection. Like right now, my soft selection only works for vertices. So I can select multiple vertices and move all of those in unison, and soft selection stuff works just fine. But I also have edge selection. So I need to be able to have soft selection even when you've selected edges rather than vertices. And same thing for faces. Maybe same thing for half edges. I haven't decided how soft selection for half edges, how that would even be useful. I don't even think it would be useful. I don't know about half edges. Yeah, not sure about that one. But yeah, at the very least, we need it for edges and we need it for faces. For half edges, I guess I could just like piggyback on one of the other implementations, because it's either going to work the same way as vertices or it's going to work the same way as edges. But it all just boils down to vertices in the end anyway, because whatever you have selected, the only thing that stores positional data is in the vertex data. So in the end, we're all just moving vertices. So yeah, I want to do that. I want to make the other selection modes work, and I also would like to make the visualizations a little bit better, which would be nice ahead of implementing a different distance function, because then I can debug it easier. Right now, my rendering stuff is kind of a mess, and it's hard for me to just like visualize arbitrary data. I think I have to like jump into specific shaders right now to do that. Yeah, so that's what I want to do. All right, so we need to fix edge selection. Should also support soft selection. Let's do that. Okay, let me just close a gazillion tabs, because I don't think I'll need all of these tabs. Okay. So this is just one moment. Just one moment. Okay, so this is the actual manipulation. And I believe, let's see, soft selection on right now. I think filters based on which element type you have selected. So that shouldn't be the case anymore. So that should just be, it should solely be based on whether you have the toggle on or off. I don't know if it... Should soft selection work for object selection? Like, I can sort of see it, you know? I can sort of see it. Like, you have a bunch of objects and you want to like kind of move like a soft radius of objects. It would pretty much work the same way as for vertices, right? What are objects if not vertices with volume, you know? Okay, so soft selection should always be on. So then the question is the conversion to... Actually, let me just try it, you know? Maybe it'll work. It might work from the get-go, it's just not going to visualize it. We'll see. You'll be doing this in C#? Yes. Doing any code marshalling for the performance critical portions, if you're doing welding and stuff. I didn't do a whole lot of marshalling, but I do make use of native arrays, which in Unity terms, it just means basically allocated memory that's unmanaged. So it does kind of remove some of the like inherent marshalling costs that you have in standard C#. So by using native arrays, I can parallelize a lot of this stuff as well, because Unity has its job system, which works with native arrays. And so the job system is basically a way to help you write more performance, better performance in the code. So yeah, it's mostly using native arrays. Some of the stuff I also do on the GPU. So the like box selection, for example, like my selection system this is done on the GPU. So this is not running on the CPU. So pretty much whenever I do things like this that requires performance, I usually split it into, I usually define it in terms of native arrays, and then either I go do it on the CPU with a parallel job, or I do it on the GPU, which is, I guess, also a parallel job. But then obviously if you do it on the GPU, there is some marshalling there, because you need to send the data to the GPU and then sometimes read it back depending on what it is you want. Yeah. Okay, so soft selection for edges. Let's see, for vertices, that works fine. For an edge, it does not move whatsoever. Cool. Okay, faces. Does not move. Okay. Why is that? So, right. Okay. So here I'm getting the selection weight. Every stream is just you clicking the same torus over and over. Do some work. I mean, you go do some work. Stop yelling at me. I can click however many tori I want. Maybe I'm going to rename the stream Clicking Torus, rotating the camera left and right. And, you know, let me do my thing. Okay, so get selection weight of vertex reads from the soft selection distances data. So I'm guessing the issue is probably just that I don't write to the soft selection distances if you're in any other selection mode, I'm guessing. Yeah, here I just early out. So, okay, I think there are... Let's see. So I'm getting the selected vertices here, but I think I need to convert from edges to vertices. I mean, or I can just use the selected edges directly. I guess I could do that. Let's see. Selected verts. Okay, so where do I do the actual conversion? So that would be... Where'd it go? Here. Verts to move, and then I iterate through... Oh, every vertex. Right, okay, here. Right. Okay, so... This is where I convert selection to vertices. Yes. Okay. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do this multiple times. But I guess I do that every time I start manipulating the vertices, which is technically kind of unnecessary. So I guess moving like the vertices to move array, I don't think that should be different from the selected vertices. Or should it? Because right now, when you do this operation, I store the initial position of every vertex that's going to move, and then in the W component, I store the soft selection weight. Right, but this is a dictionary, which is fine. Okay. I get it. Yeah, I wonder if I should just move the convert selection to vertices. I feel like this just shouldn't be in here. So let's see, that's the output as a hash set. That should probably be in some kind of selection change callback or something. Probably not in here, because this is for a specific element type, so it should probably be in geoselection. I think. Yeah, it should be in here. This is the right spot for the selected vertices. I need a better name for this. It's not the selected vertices. It's the vertices that would move given your current selection, I guess. It's like selection as vertices, maybe. Maybe that's a better name for this. Yeah, okay. So we need that. I'll just plop that in here. So it's a hash set of int selection as vertices. All right, and apparent vertex selection. Apparently, you selected these. Damn. Okay, so do I still feel like I'm kind of missing like a, I don't remember exactly where my callbacks are for stuff like this, for like when my selection changes, but I guess it's like whenever I mark this as dirty. On bits changed. Yeah, it's here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right, it's here and it's here. Does on bits change get called when I undo? So I'm not a huge fan of like duplicating this code like this. I feel like I shouldn't have to do that. Let me double check that because that would be good to not mess up. Where are my enabled log things? There should be a thing. Where's my thing? Am I stupid? Am I missing it? Oh wait, here it is. Okay. I want to log input and I want to log undo. And I want to log selection, I believe. This is selection and that's undo. You know what? Just selection and undo. Okay. Why did I hit pause? All right. Let's see. So if I select that, the callbacks we're looking at is on bits changed and on buffer undo redo. So if I undo, on buffer undo redo, and on bits changed. Do I need to do this then? What if I redo? I feel like I shouldn't have to do this. Okay, I'm just gonna comment that out then. Maybe that's not necessary. It looks like I'm already calling the other one. Oh, this is like a race condition thing, or like not a race condition, just the wrong order. I have been trying to move some of my code over to more like a lazy evaluation style thing to avoid having to deal with stuff like this. Let's see. Okay, selection, and then undo seems to work, I think. Undo, undo, move, undo, redo, undo, undo. Okay, select, move, select, move, select, move. Undo, 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 undo. Redo, 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 redo. I think this is all working fine. I don't see any issues. Cool. So this is our proper callback then. I do feel like this should be a separate function. Maybe I can just refactor that. Is there a refactor? Maybe some kind of to named method. Yep. On selection changed. Okay. I feel like I'm looking for this quite often, so I'm just going to put it at the top because I feel like I need to know about this one. Okay, on selection changed. That's when I want to update the selection as vertices. So I want to make sure that that one is up to date. I guess I could use a dirty, like marking it as dirty type system for this as well. But I'm not sure if it needs to be updated anywhere else but here. Or at least it shouldn't have to be. I guess I can make a function here as well. Public void on element selection changed. Okay. Yeah, I never remember to use the bookmarks. Is it like Control-1 or something? Control-Shift-1? There we go. Now I have a bookmark. And then Control-1 takes me there? Yeah, okay. Probably should use them a lot more. Like, I sometimes like bounce around too much and I forget where everything is. Is half-edge a polygonal method, a 3D modeling or SDF method? Half-edges are purely polygonal, so it's a discrete form of geometry. It's not a continuous one. So SDFs are generally for continuous shapes. Yeah, so SDFs is just an entirely different way of working with geometry. Yeah, I do use the navigate forward and backwards. It's just that sometimes like the forwards backwards gets stuck in one location for ages because I don't know why it's generating like 50 like stops at one spot. I don't know. So I feel like I used to use the forwards and backwards a lot more, but I feel like Rider is like it's adding too many too many in the same location. Anyway. Element selection. Where was I? Now I just backed out of my entire context. It was supposed to be changed. On bits changed. On selection changed. Here we go. So I want to do selection manager on element selection changed, and then we go there. And then here we want to update selection as vertices. It is windy outside. Okay, so how did we do this? We had convert selection to vertices. Element selection, what's this? Oh, that's literally in the same file as this, so that's convenient. Right, it takes the current selection and stores it in this hash set. Right, so here's where it branches based off of which mode you're in. Yes, okay, that makes sense. Cool. So now, in our manipulators, we should already have this. In other words, the verts to move. I don't think we need that anymore. And oh, actually, we might have to do the clear because this one might just do a union. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna have to clear this one. Okay. Okay, so I went through GeoEditor, element selection, dot, selection as vertices. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I guess verts to move is just selection as vertices in both of these. So this, I believe, allows us to move, but we are not going to get the correct weights, I think, because we're reading off of the soft selection distances here. Okay. So those soft selection distances have to be converted for the other element types as well, which we are doing here. I feel like that should be in the same place as the other stuff, so I might just move that, honestly. I feel like it just doesn't belong in element selection. It seems like past me agrees with myself here, that these should just not be in here. So let's move them. It's that easy. No, wait. Okay, these should move into here. Let's include some stuff. No? Yeah, there we go. And then this might be the job system stuff. Element type. Oh yeah, we're not gonna branch based off of only doing vertex selection now. So I feel like we could just hijack the same selection as vertices and just use that, honestly, for the soft selection stuff. So I'm just going to recalculate that here. It is a little bit wasteful to do this if soft selection is not on. Actually, I don't... no, hold on. It should rather be... Oh, what order does this happen in? Because these are marked as dirty, but they shouldn't be marked as dirty here. So we're moving both of these. into here. Yeah, okay, so that means that selection as vertices is always going to be available whenever this needs to be recalculated, I believe, theoretically. Yeah, and then we need to move the initialization of these. That should go in some kind of constructory type situation. Some kind of situation here. Oh wait, dispatch update selection bounds. Why do I not always use vertices for this? I should always use vertices. There are no other element types that can contribute to the bounding box. But for some reason, I do have compute shader kernels for the other types. Why? Oh, maybe I'm thinking like, oh, maybe I didn't want to have to do the conversion because maybe I thought that that would be expensive or something. But like, I'm gonna have to do it anyway. Actually, you could... Oh, no, wait. It's probably because the selection buffer data, or rather the data for which elements are selected is different depending on type. Right, that's probably why. Honestly, I am not entirely sure why I really don't have to... I really don't have to do this on a per element type basis. Yeah. I mean, maybe I can just shortcut it right now and just do like the current... Just grab the current element type. This is a bit of a hack, but they might be okay for now. You're thinking just pre-convert to verts and pipe it through all the same way? Yes. It's just that I'm doing that pre-conversion, but that's all on the CPU end, and I don't... It's on the CPU end, and it's on the managed end. It's not in a native array. And so it would be a little bit... I don't know. I don't want to have to do all the boilerplate to shove it over to the GPU. And also, I don't even know if I have to, because I feel like... Or maybe, I don't know. Like, parallel CPU stuff is really fast, I've noticed. So, like, I don't even know if I have to do this on the GPU. And like, doing stuff like this on the GPU, it's a huge reduction process as well. And reduction is like... is kind of the most annoying part of GPU algorithms. So I don't know. Maybe I'll change that later. But yeah, this will probably work for now. I think. I hope. Okay. So what is this? So we are recalculating selection distance. Selection manager is this object. So that's fine. Count is the... Let's see. So this is all of these selected vertices as a native array. Right. Okay, well here I kind of do have a... Here it's not a hash set anymore. Now I got a full array here. Should I just use it as a full array then? It's gonna make a bunch of things easier. I should probably do that, I think. Are you tracking all the features of this project in some software, or do you have it all roadmapped in your head? It's a bit of mix of both, but I do have a bunch of notes on Half-Edge, yeah, for like the scope and the features that I planned and whatnot. Some of that's public, so if you go to the website, halfedge.xyz, I think it's half-edge, I think. Did I do that? Half-edge.xyz, yeah. If you go to the Half-Edge website, there is a link to the feature scope and the philosophy of Half-Edge. There's look at this feature scope. I have a list of features that I'm planning to do for 1.0, and I have a list of potential features that I might include for 1.0, and I have a bunch of maybe features, and then I have stuff that's out of scope and stuff that will never happen. So yeah. So if you're curious about that, you can check that out at this link. Okay. Okay. So I wonder if my selected vertices should just be a special data structure in and of itself. Because it kind of feels like I want to store... There are either two or three quantities that I want to store in... Oh wait, hold on. No wait, this is not a... Oh no, I guess I could use it that way. Just notice your username is so different from actual channel name. Yeah. I have been considering like switching out my old nickname to not use that anywhere anymore. Because it is a little bit annoying that like YouTube forces you to have your handle visible in chat instead of your like channel name. But whatever. Okay, so so right now this is basically a list of all of the selected vertices, but I'm trying to work out if I should just change this to, instead of being like a list of integers for the vertex IDs, maybe it's better if I have a list of a struct that contains not just the vertex IDs, but also the geodesic distance and the, or I guess just distance, and the soft selection weight. I suppose it's possible, or no, I'm not going to use the distance for anything but selection, actually, because it's always selection related. Yeah, I think I just need... I actually think that would be really useful to have. Okay, so what would I need in that data type? It would be like sure, selection. It would be like the weight of the selection. So 0 unselected, 1 selected, 0.5 soft selection. And then I would also have one for distance. 0. It would be one of the selected vertices. And greater than 0. And that would be not selected, some distance away. Okay. And this would specifically actually be the vertex selection state, maybe? And then I would basically have a native array of that. So, something like that. And then this basically means that you index this by vertex ID. So that means that when you change your selection, I would need to update the distance and the weights. But when you change the selection radius, you only have to update the weights, but not the distance. So this would be a nice way to kind of separate those two. And I think as a side effect, I think this could also just work as a, I guess, a substitute for the selection as vertices. So this is like a more advanced version of selection as vertices. Although selection as vertices does exclude vertices that are not in your selection, but this one actually includes them. For better or for worse. But I guess it's a matter of like how much I want to parallelize this stuff. Usually it's faster to just have a flat array. But I think this makes sense to me. I just can't use it as a substitute for like your actual selection for like if you've selected phases or whatever. What about distance to vertices that are added through addition? Like after modification to current selection? Oh, then distance is recomputed globally anyway. So it's for every new selection, all of this information is going to get ditched and then recomputed. If you want to hyperparallelize it, you could probably pack all of this into a 6-bit mask. Part of a lot of my issues I've had with my selection system is because I've already done that. My selection bits are already packed for like the states you see here of like unselected, and then there's also your there's also the focused selection has a different color, and then there's the selection you're about to remove. There's selection you're about to add, and then there's hovering. So if you hover an element, there's also this orange thing. All of these states I do have packed in a bit, like a huge bit field. But something about that doesn't work on Mac. and I don't know why, but something somewhere in this entire nightmare of converting back and forth between bits doesn't work on Mac. And so I'm kind of like I'm kind of over it is what I'm saying. You know what? I'm over dealing with bit masks. And if I'm going to have, if I'm going to have soft edge weights anyway, then I'm going to need that memory anyway for like my soft selection stuff. So I might as well have a proper selection data structure for store more data about your selection. Yeah. And I guess weight might be bad. You know what? Let's call it selectedness. So that makes it a little bit more clear, I think. And also, I think if I want to pack this a little bit further, selectedness could also be like a half or something, but who knows? That might break on Mac as well because of like byte alignment shenanigans, so... Okay, what's a better name for this? Because vertex selection weights sounds like it's just about your vertex selection, but this would also apply to the vertices that are implicitly selected if you're in face mode or edge mode. I guess maybe I could phrase it in terms of like influence, like vertex influences or something. Heat weights? No, because this is not just for the heat method stuff. I guess it could be like... Well, you know what? I could just take the same name I had before, like selection as vertices, just like steal this name outright. You know? Maybe this is just the new selection as vertices. And then selection as vertex state. Info, maybe? Actually, info is probably better. Okay, so I guess another question here is like, if this is what I'm doing anyway, should I include hover state? No, actually, I should not include hover states because this is specifically after casting your selection into vertices. This is always cast to vertices. This is never a per face or per edge type of thing. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think I wrapped my head around all of this now. Okay, so cool. Let's see. I guess it could be a native list. That's fine. It's always going to align with the selection stuff. We need to allocate it somewhere. So where is my constructor? Okay. We got a constructor. Let's allocate initial capacity. I don't know. 128 allocator dot persistence. Okay. And then let's see. Okay, convert selection to vertices, and we're passing the native list into there. This one is expecting a hash set. Okay, so what do we do in here? Because here we're not actually setting these soft selection weights. We are just setting the selection state. So I'm, yeah, this is basically setting the weight to 0 everywhere. Except for at specific places. Yeah, okay. Although I guess it's a little bit weird that I'm using this as a list. Ooh, actually, no. This should be a dynamic G buffer. Yeah, soft selection distances. This is what it should be. It should live in here. That's the yeah, it should be a dynamic G buffer. Okay, so should soft selection distances be in the same recalculation process? Probably not, because like you don't always have soft selection on. Yum, yum, yum. I'm gonna have to think about how to handle the dirty state for that, because it's gonna have to change, I think. Yeah, and I'm gonna change this to a dynamic G buffer. Okay, so that means here's my constructor. Here we go. Okay. So selection has vertices. I forget exactly how I do the access patterns for the dynamic G buffer. If I can, I think I have it set up so that if I access an element, it resizes it to fit that size, I think. Maybe not actually. But I must have some kind of... Wait, did I change the return value? No, okay. Wait, what am I doing? Oh my god. Where's my dynamic G buffer? Okay, this should allocate in the constructor. Name and stride. So this would be... Why did I name the other one? Where's my bounds? No, not the bounds. This one. Okay, I'm just gonna hijack the entire soft selection distance thing, I think. I should really rename it though. If I'm gonna change it into something else, because it should be specifically the selection as vertex info. Selection vertex info. That's a good name for it, I think. Yeah, selection vertex info. That's what we're going for. Okay. So I think I might just not have that there anymore. I'm gonna yeah, this should be called selection vertex info. I think that although it's less descriptive. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's document the code. Okay, so info or selection weight and distance for soft selection. regardless of current selection node, or cast from current selection element to vertices. There we go. There we go. Okay. Do you want like a wiki where people can actually read and understand the tool? Just for myself, to be honest. Because there's a lot to keep track. It's quite a lot. Okay. Selection vertex info. Okay. I was going to put a name here, so the name is going to be from the shader properties. What did I call it? Selection vertex info. Or no, wait, that's the... Hold on. Or no, yeah, that's the one. Okay, and then we got the stride. So I guess I'll just add a const for that. Size of float times 2. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Stride. Cool. Let's see. So I set it up in the constructor, and then I need to dispose of it. Ooh. This... I feel like this should happen after. Like that should be the last one, I think. Okay, and then dispose. Dispose? Or do I release? No, dispose. Okay. Writer? What are you thinking about right now? Can you... Thank you? Two biggest lies on my university comp sci courses were unit testing and documentation. Yeah, I mean, I just assumed that those are things people do a lot for like non-games, like outside of games. People do that, I presume. But there's a lot of computer science stuff where like I just never touch it. But that's me, and that's coming from like an indie dev perspective. I think it's very different if you're like, if you're on the scale of like working on Assassin's Creed, which is like coordinating 1,000 people or whatever, then I presume it's different. Okay. Oh, undo states for deleting elements. I feel like this should propagate. There's no way that does not trigger a callback. If I... Like, that's gotta trigger a selection change callback, right? Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We don't need to do that. Okay, and bounds are no longer per selection. And then... Oh yeah, right. the soft selection distance and stuff. Okay. I think I can just do that, and then we swap it out to is it not public? It's not? Let's just make it public. Oh right, the get was because I had lazy evaluation before. Oh wait, I'm dumb. Hold on. What did I delete here? Oh, the material property block. I just replaced the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. So on element selection changed. What do I want to do here? I want to I feel like the convert selection to vertices should also override the values. I feel like I shouldn't have to do a clear thing here. This should not be a parameter. What? Stop. Excuse me. Set x with parameter var x with a comment sets x to x. True. It's good to have some redundancy in your code. Okay. Convert selection to vertices. I think I need to first set the count or set length. Yes. Okay, so the size of this one is going to be the number of vertices in the mesh every single time. So it's going to be wait, vertices here is the vertex selection stuff. It's mesh.vertices.length. Okay. So then, let's see, convert edges to vertices. Right, I pass in a hash set there. This whole thing is kind of written in an entirely different way. Well, that's okay. How would I do this? Would I iterate through the current selection, or would I iterate through every vertex and then check for a selection? Right, because this is an element selection. No, I think it would be much faster to just set everything to 0 first. I could also just make a hash set and then shove the hash set into the selection vertex info. Yeah, I don't know what's best, but I feel like I should probably just like set elements to 0 first. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a struct. I already forgot what it was called. Something vertex info. Not vertex extrude info. What was it? Selection as vertex info. Okay. Actually, do I have a clear? I must have a clear. Like, okay, it's bytes. Do I not have a clear memory? Like, just set everything to 0? I feel like I should have that. Mm. Ooh, maybe I have that in the actual data. So it could be... Yeah, okay, clear. And that's probably... No, wait, is that a list? Oh, it is a native list. Clear is actually not what I wanted to do. Didn't I make a function on stream for this? Like a... I feel like I did this. I literally did this. Native extensions? Native array extensions? No, that's in Unity's. Didn't I do this? Am I losing my mind? Set bits set 0 reset. I feel so gaslit by myself now. Did I really not? I'm like super sure I just wrote code for this. Was it in a different project or something? Or was it maybe the array? Okay. Whatever. Whatever. I guess I'll make one. I just feel like I shouldn't have to. Because I thought I already did. Oh wait, if I'm just resetting anyway, then I'm just doing this, so there we go. And you know what? We're just turning that into a function. Wow. Encapsulation. Imagine that. Imagine encapsulating things. From where did you learn all this? Time and persistence and an interest in math and technical art. Okay, so this one should now be all zeroed out. And then all I need to do is to set stuff to 1 wherever wherever I've got any kind of element. So for vertices, I Actually, I think this whole function would look a little bit different. So for vertices, I think you know what? Can we just make an IEnumerable maybe? Now that we're in managed land, we can take advantage of some of these things. Nice to see someone coding again. Kind of sucks LLMs killed the SGD category. Oh, software and game development. Aside from watching people prompt codecs. Yeah, I feel like prompting codecs would make for a very boring stream. And for very boring work. Why are you making your 3D app in Unity? Well, I guess there's kind of two questions. Why am I making a 3D app, and why am I making it in Unity? So the reason I'm making it in Unity is because I just have like 15 years of experience using Unity, and so I'm just very proficient in Unity. And if I made it in anything else, it would be much more annoying to do. And I would honestly just give up if I had to use C++ or anything. I would rather use literally anything but C++. So it's just out of convenience. I like Unity because I've used it for so long. And all of my tooling, all of my stuff is in Unity, so that's convenient. And why am I making a 3D app at all? It's because Autodesk Maya and 3D Max are violently expensive for smaller studios and individual creators. And Blender is a behemoth. It is an enormous piece of software, and it is kind of intimidating to just even open. And so I want to make something that's a little bit more focused on a smaller target audience of small to mid-sized game developers, and kind of like how a sprite is to Photoshop, or what Procreate is to GIMP, or whatever. Like it's that kind of like. That's kind of the thing I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the Procreate of 3D modeling for game developers. If you've used Procreate, it's a drawing app for the iPad, and it is very, very nice to use. Okay. I guess I could just return vertices, get enumerator. Maybe? Or did I get that wrong? I always forget. Cast? That's gross. Do I have to cast? Really? I don't know how to type anymore. What? Okay. Oh wait, I would still need to do the deduplication. No, actually, that doesn't matter. Actually, no, that's fine. Yeah. I would just need to note that this might contain duplicates. Which makes me kind of feel like maybe I should be shoving this into a hash set after all. I don't know. Which I guess I'm doing in all of these. actually, hold on. Don't I have like edges of? Yeah, hold on. Vertices of. I don't have it for lists though. I guess that was the point of having these conversion things. Okay. Okay. Because these are hash set shenanigans. Okay. Not the most efficient way of doing this, but that's okay. All right. That looks good. This doesn't contain any. Nobody gets into Valve? Oh wait, someone asked something about that, I think. Or did someone ask something about that? I thought I saw something in chat and then I forgot to respond to it. Oh, was it in Twitch? Oh yeah. Have you applied to Valve yet? No. It's a long story. No. I have not applied to Valve. I was offered a job at Valve. And I said no a while back. Yeah. Was Valve even higher? I mean, sort of. It's like a mix of they always hire and they never hire at the same time. So they make exceptions, and it's like, yeah, they don't regularly hire in general. But yeah, that was like, it was one of the weirdest like situations in my life. I was going through a really rough breakup around that time. And I was at this weird branching point of like trying to figure out what I want to do with my life, you know? and I think like working at Valve was my childhood dream. Like I loved Valve's games. I spent so much time playing their games and making levels for their games, especially Team Fortress 2. Like I was a huge fan of a lot of their games. And to me, I kind of realized relatively early in my career that I didn't want to work at a AAA studio, but my one exception was Valve. I was like, I don't want to work in AAA unless it's Valve. Because Valve is weird. They have infinite money, so they're very weird. And that creates a dynamic where the Valve operates more like a collection of indie studios. And so to me, that was like, it felt kind of like Valve would be sort of like being at an indie studio. But yeah, but then I think I think so I was in a rough spot in my relationship at that time. And I kind of had a bit of a crisis because I was like, oh shit, wait, I might have an opportunity here to work at Valve. And that was like my childhood dream. But I think the problem was that I was really excited that I had like I made ShaderForge, a plugin, a long time ago. ShaderForge sold enough to make like 2 full-time salaries. And I'd finally like reached the indie game dev dream, right? Of like, okay, I have money to work on whatever project I wanted. I have indie money, right? And like the concept of starting my own studio, working on my own projects seemed a lot more interesting and exciting than to work at Valve. Because working at Valve is not the same thing as being like completely independent, right? Um, but obviously, like it's a huge like career opportunity, and it feels weird to turn down an opportunity like that. Um, but like I was in a relationship at the time, and being in a relationship with someone who has a kid, like moving to the US is not a small thing. It is an enormous deal, right? And it was before COVID, so I don't exactly know what their guidelines were when it came to like working from elsewhere rather than at the office. But yeah, like working remotely, I presume was just not even on the table. Um, and I wanted to do my own things, and so it just ended up not happening. But it was definitely, yeah, I don't know. It felt weird to like I'd sort of given up on that ever being a thing. And then I sort of stopped thinking about working at Valve. And then when they asked, I was like, oh shit, wait, what do I do? What do I do now? um, yeah, I don't know. Weird moments in my life. And then a breakup happened relatively shortly after that, I think. Because I remember I was at Valve. I didn't work at Valve, but I was visiting Valve for first, I think it was for a week or two, and then the second time was for a month. Because we had a collaboration with Budget Cuts, the VR game. And I remember the second, I think it was the second one, the 1 month long visit. I think that's when me and my partner at the time we broke up. Actually, while I was there, which was bizarre. Oh God, it was a mess. Jesus Christ, I'm getting like PTSD just thinking back to it. Ugh. Oh, that was such a bad breakup. It was a really rough breakup. But it was not because of Valve, It was just like, yeah, I think it was just the timing. I think it was also partially because I had to confront like what I actually wanted to do. Um, yeah. Um, you just seemed like someone who would be at Valve. Well, clearly Valve thought the same. And yeah, I don't know. I think there's um I think there's a lot of really, really smart people at Valve. I feel like they work on really cool stuff. Um, but they also have some issues with internal politics at Valve. Um, and honestly, those like internal politics things, they like almost one-to-one mirror the struggles that indie companies have. So like it's not even that different from um what like indie studios have to struggle with. But yeah, I think I just really value being able to work on my own projects. Um, yeah, yeah, I just really enjoy working on my own projects. I think that's sort of what it boils down to. It's a little bit less of a um I don't know. I guess previously it was harder for me to accept a job like that because of my because I was in a relationship with someone who had like family and everything here. So, um, but yeah. Um, would they take you if you applied now? If I applied to Valve? I have no idea, to be honest. I have no clue. Um, I think um I think Valve's hiring process, like for any company that kind of has enough people, they usually only hire exceptional cases. And usually, in order to judge whether a case is exceptional, it's usually because like some people who already work there want that person to be there for some specific reason. And I honestly don't know if like I don't know if the people I was in touch with at the time, if they're still at Valve. I don't know if um like because we were doing VR stuff in collaboration with Valve, and um I could imagine that part of why they wanted me there was because we had experience with VR and collaborating with them and whatnot. Um, but but yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Um, but if you do know, if you work at Valve and you know, let me know in the comments. just drop a comment. Um, yeah, because a lot of my communications went through Chet Falzek, and he doesn't work at Valve anymore. So, um, yeah, he was the one I talked to the most, I think. Um, were there other people? Yeah. There's well, the person who did like I don't want to say offered me a job, but he basically said like, "Hey, if you do want to work at Valve, just let me know." Like he was that kind of it was that kind of nod. And I think he also realized that I probably wanted to continue doing stuff at my own studio. um, but um, but yeah, I don't know if he works there anymore. I also don't think he would want to be named because he was not really public facing, I think. Um, but yeah. But yeah, it was really weird visiting Valve and really cool. And yeah, I think he left. What? How would you know, N-patch? Um, Gabe saw the Tetris 90-degree rotate demo and was like instant hire. Exactly. Yeah, that's how that happened in the past somehow. I follow him on Blue Sky. Do you mean Chet Falazek? Oh yeah, he left. But that's not the person I was talking about. But yeah, Chet Falazek is no longer at Valve. I believe he's doing his own studio, working on Anacrusis, I think it's called. Where do you work now? I'm self-employed, so I work. I'm working on myself, you know. Okay. I completely forgot what I was doing. Let's see. We should not be in the GPU selection utility, but we do have an error here. Okay, I don't think we have to do that. I think the callback's gonna happen on its own. Okay, we're gonna manually recalculate that. Okay, what else? Is this the only stuff we've got left? Let's see, that's no longer in current selection. Then we got the manipulation stuff. Okay, so let's see. Get selection weight of vertex. So this is going to change now. So this is where we had the... this used to be a weird thing that lived in the selection of vertices, but this should now be in this file. No, in the selection file, which is here. So that's going to be... yeah, selection vertex info, vert ID. You know what? This should just be getting the selection info. Get selection weight info of vertex. And then we return the info over there. Your complex videos are like 18 years old, but you look 26. Did you just start really young? Oh, I'm not 26. Thanks though. But I did start pretty young as well. A combination, I suppose. Yeah, I'm 33. And I'm also out of tea. I really want tea though. Okay, this is a very long line. Not the best line. We scoot that over here, and then we get yeah. Okay, so this one actually computes the weight. Maybe I should move that elsewhere. It should be compute selection weight. You know what? Recompute selection weight. That's what this is. Yeah. You know what? Maybe we make a setter for that as well. What? Oh. Or, wait, no, yeah, that's correct. What's your tea of choice? Almost every tea that I drink is black tea with lots of honey. Usually a very, very like fruity tea. But if it's really late at night, I usually get some kind of rooibos tea, so red tea, caffeine free. Okay, so vertex info. Pretty sure you don't want your setter to return a value. I quite often do actually, but because C# setters return a value. So if you have vertex info A and vertex info B, you could have an assignment to vertex info A here. And so in a sense, this is a setter that returns a value. So it's useful sometimes to be able to write code like this where you have an assignment and then that in turn returns a value that is either assigned elsewhere or compared elsewhere or whatever. It's kind of useful sometimes in comparison. So sometimes I want to assign and then compare. but then you sometimes get your IDE yelling at you because it's like, oh, you should have done a double equals, and I'm like, no, I actually did want a single equals, but okay, so this presumes we have a distance value here. So if vertex info dot hold on, are they not public? They're not public. That would explain a few things. Do they return the changed value or the previous one? It returns the value after assignment. And someone asked why there's two chats. One of them is Twitch, and the other one is YouTube, because I am multi-streaming. Okay, so if the distance is 0, that means the vertex info dot selectedness equals 1. Or no, wait. Let's see. Selectedness is I'm trying to figure out which one is the carrying the data, because selectedness is no, I guess I do recompute it. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Or no, hold on. Is it possible? It is actually. Oh god, that's a really stupid that's a really stupid issue. Wait, hold on. Doesn't matter though. I don't think it does. Sorry, I'm half thinking out loud. I should like either full think out loud or not speak at all. Because I'm thinking like selectedness. Should selectedness store the vertices you've selected and the fall off weight at the same time? Or should your selected state be separate from the fall off state? Because I was thinking like, is it possible for the fall off to get a value of 1 outside of your actual selection? And it's like, not really, because it's always going to fall off a little bit, and you would have to have a stupidly large radius in order for like neighboring vertices to actually hit a distance of 0 and a value of 1. But you could actually have 2 vertices at the exact same location. Then you wouldn't get a distance of 0. And so I'm like, should I separate? I don't know. But I don't think I have to, because these are, I kind of already have the selection data separate from this. So whatever. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Super doesn't matter. And you know what? If it did matter, I would just fix it later. Okay. Selectedness. That's what we're assigning. So if it's not a distance of 0, that means it's an unselected vertex, which means we want to set that, and we also want to get that weight. We're gonna have to have a fall off distance eventually. Public float soft selection fall off radius, which defaults to 3 at the moment. Sure. Okay. So the distance is now just that. So I guess I can just inline. So we got a linear weight and then apply smoothing, which I'm going to apply to the selectedness. And then we assign it back. What? Why is this one sad? Oh, because this is static. It doesn't have to be static. I'm okay with a non-static version. That's fine by me. Okay. Cool. Wow. Do you use any AI assistants or no? No, I generally don't. Sometimes I'll use just Google for finding stuff. But I usually don't use AI for other stuff now. Okay. So let's see. This one is the bounds of this object. And that's just a little refactor. Okay, so now that I've done this, this code is going to change. So the weight now comes directly from the vertex info. What did I call it? Oh, it's in a different, it's in here. Selection vertex info. Wait, yeah, I just get the by index. So vertex index dot. No? What? Really? Oh no, okay. Yeah, Writer was just training its AI or something. I don't know why my CPU goes to like 100% for like 5 seconds sometimes just because I typed dots. Okay, selectedness. There we go. That's what I wanted. Weights and if selectedness, yes. Yes, okay. Is that correct? I didn't even know if I... Or no, wait, I do need the initial vertex positions. That's true. I feel like I could just store that in here, actually. Maybe. It would be a little bit... No, because manipulation is separate from selection, actually. It might be good to keep those separate, actually. Never mind. Okay. So... Do I need this anymore? No, because I'm not collecting that in here. Excuse me? Wait, what am I doing differently here? Because... No, this shouldn't even branch anymore. Yeah, I don't need this branch anymore. That's nice. I can just do this, because I unified that into the same situation. Okay. Cool. Cool. Posture check. Okay. Oh, I just had a tinnitus thing. Started ringing in my ear. Okay, now it's gone. Okay. Is this correct? I believe so. Is the throat all back to normal, by the way? No, not really. But maybe, and maybe I just forgot. But it's getting like really super slowly getting better. But it's not fully back to normal, I think. I don't know. It's been like the recovery has been exactly slow to the point where it's slow where I feel like I should see a doctor about it, but it's also fast enough that I feel like maybe I don't have to, you know? It's like right on the edge all the time. Okay. So the one thing we have remaining is the soft selection distances. Excuse me. You still haven't? Yeah, I haven't yet. No. Okay. So let's see. If we recalculate soft selection distances, now we need to do that manually. So I believe we do that here. Notably, this has to happen after convert selection to vertices. Okay, this does not have to return anything anymore. Coid. Coid is not anything. Okay. So we don't really need that anymore. And we don't need to set the length anymore. Create the list of selected vertices. I don't think we need to do... Ooh, hold on. Or do we? It works differently now. I mean, I think I can probably just, it's gonna be so many more comparisons though, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna have to change this job a little bit. So, this is gonna be a native array of, what was it called again? Vertex info? Selection as vertex info. And then selected vertices, that's gonna be, no, they're both the same now actually. Yeah. Because they're stored in the same data structure. Sure. Yeah. How do I accept the fact that LLMs are useful for coding? Well, I think the way that I usually see it, or the way that I've been sort of coping with it, is to, I don't know, everybody has their own ways of thinking about this, but I think for me, it's just like coming to terms with the fact that I don't value productivity as the end all be all of creating stuff. I think I've just had to admit to myself that like I enjoy the process and the process is important to me. I enjoy learning, and I enjoy problem solving. And if I have something else problem solved for me, I don't enjoy it anymore. So if I remove problem solving from coding, then I genuinely feel like there's no reason to even do it for me. Like the problem solving is something that I enjoy. And yeah. So it could be useful for other people, and go do that. And you know what? It is useful for me as well. Like it has solved certain things. Like I don't know if solved is the right word even. It's sort of replaced it's replaced Stack Overflow pretty much. So like it is useful. I sometimes use it as a substitute for searching for something on Stack Overflow. So like super limited small issues where it doesn't super matter if it's wrong or if I can verify it myself. But I think the issues start to creep in the moment you give up control of your code base to an AI. I think that's when you start running into issues. That's when things get really hairy. Okay. So, let's see. We iterate through. Let's see. So this is a maybe selected vertex. Oh wait, no, this is gonna be a for loop now. Count. Okay. Length, sure. Okay. So we don't need to do, hold on. This is the candidate. Okay, and then if, no, wait, maybe selected vertex ID. I should put that in a variable. Selection, vertex info. No? No? Okay. Alright, if info dot selectedness is equal to 1. I think. Hold on. Or should I use distance actually? No, distance is what I'm computing here. Never mind. Selectedness. Yeah. So if selectedness is 1, that means that this is a selected vertex. And that's when I apply the minimum function. Okay. Oh yeah, hold on. And if I could check its own selectedness. Yeah, like if the selectedness of itself is 1. Then minimum distance is 0. Or I guess I can just do that. Oh wait, it's a struct. Okay, if self info dot selectedness is 1. We set distance to 0. Else, do this whole thing. Self info dot distance equals square root of minimum distance, and then we assign it back there. There we go. Okay, I think that's it. Oh yeah, I've seen some of those stuff around, like productivity changes based on AI use. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. I just have that same intuition. I'm curious what that looks like and like what version of AI they were using for that. Yeah. I think I don't know, whenever I think about AI and the way it's affecting any kind of creative work, I think personally I've tried to I've sort of assumed it's going to be extremely useful and good. And then I'd rather deal with what I think around that situation rather than trying to figure out how good it is right now, or how yeah, because I don't like I don't super like trying to speculate where it's going. I don't like speculating about that kind of future. I would rather just kind of like skip to the end and be like, okay, let's say that it is super, super useful as all of these companies are saying. What do I think of that situation, and how would I want to move forward? Because otherwise, I'm just going to set myself up for disappointment over and over again the moment they surpass whatever I thought they were supposed to be at some point. So, yeah. I think that helps me at least, because I like to think about like the worst case scenario. Yeah, but I don't like theorizing on the efficacy of snake oil though. I just don't think it's snake oil. Like I think like the really good AI tools today are a lot better than ChatGPT. And I think it is true that it is legitimately useful. I don't think AI is in the same category as NFTs or crypto or whatever. Um, and so and AI has already made its way into places where it shouldn't be. Yeah, yeah. I'm actually I don't know. I haven't talked about it that much, but I mentioned it at some point where I'm gonna do an AI debate pretty soon. When is it? It's on Friday. I think it's on Friday. Hold on. Yes, it's on Friday. I'm gonna be debating an AI startup guy on Friday, which is gonna be interesting, and I'm a little bit nervous, and I have no clue how that's gonna go. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to an AI startup guy who does like consulting for places that want to adopt AI. Will it be live? Yes. Selection vertex info. data as array. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it'll be live. It will be streamed on YouTube only. I'm actually curious, do you know this person outside of this context? Just seen him online. I haven't met him or anything. So just from online contexts. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. It's gonna be I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Like, I don't think I'm a good real-time conversationalist. And I'm a little bit worried because, like, he's like a CEO entrepreneur guy, so like talking is like, I was about to insult him. He's good at talking, is what I will say. So I worry that like he might be. Yeah, I worry that he's gonna run circles around me, and I'm gonna be like stuck trying to like logic my way through something, and everything's moving too fast. But yeah, I don't know. I just really don't want to like make a bad performance, you know? Like, because if I do debate this person, and I basically quote unquote lose the debate in terms of optics, because that's pretty much all it is, right? Like, I'm not going to convince him. He's probably not going to convince me. So it's all about like how it appears to the audience, and I would hate it if he had a better performance than me. Like, I really wouldn't want to platform AI people. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting, though. It's going to be interesting. And I did make sure to have a moderator. So it's going to be moderated by everybody's favorite person on the internet. It's going to be moderated by Destiny, the debate streamer. So he's going to be moderating, which is going to be nice because I'm not going to be able to keep track of all the topics and when I get lost. But I think he would be able to keep track of that and kind of like get us re-railed in case we get derailed, which is almost certainly going to happen. But yeah, so he's going to be moderating it on Friday, which is also why I'm not going to be able to stream it on Twitch. So it's only going to be on YouTube. I worry about it if they're coming with good faith. Like, I don't want to disparage them personally from the get-go, but I think it's meaningful that that's a prominent concern. Yeah. Like, I do worry about that as well. If they're just like using me as a platform to get their AI message out, like, I don't know, that would suck. But like, I don't know. Maybe I can I don't know, like I have set some parameters to the debate. Like, I literally told him that I will not accept a debate unless you promise to not use AI during the discussion, because like that would be so annoying. It's like, I've set some parameters. I could maybe set a few more parameters if I'm like, hey, I don't want you to advertise your products during this debate because I don't know, I have a bigger platform than him. And yeah, I just don't want to spread AI garbage, you know? I really hate watching debates and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everyone, so feel free to join or not join. The band guy Destiny, yes. Couldn't find a better person. It depends on how we define better. So I don't know. But he has a ton of experience debating, probably more than most people on the planet. So, but obviously he's super controversial, and I do worry a little bit about that. And he has like there's a whole community dedicated to just hating him. So I'm just hoping I'm not going to get dragged into that stuff. So, but I think like I don't know, AI is such a disconnected thing. I don't think that community is gonna. I don't know. It would be really weird for that community to start hating on me. Um, who's the guy? Wait, who? The person that's moderating, or the person that I'm debating? Um, um, both. The person I'm debating is he's like an AI startup guy. And the person moderating is going to be Destiny. He's like a debate streamer, politics streamer, who's been doing debates since forever, basically, ever since streaming it started existing. So he's going to be moderating that discussion. But he's probably the most controversial person on the internet, almost. And so, yeah, I'm a little bit worried how people are gonna. I don't know. There's a lot of controversy around him, and there's been multiple controversies like throughout. I don't know, the years. Um, yeah. Um, but yeah, I was just mentioning that he's banned on Twitch, so I'm not going to be able to stream it on Twitch. I saw a video where you sort of debated him. Yeah, it seems like when I had a discussion with him, it seems like we mostly align. I think we kind of have the same opinions on AI at the very least. At the very least, at the time. I think he might have looked into it a little bit more since then, but not that much more. Yeah, so we had, I thought I would be debating Destiny on it because I thought his opinion was a lot further away from me. But it turns out it seems like we mostly agree, and so it kind of didn't really turn into a big discussion. But then those other people joined, and then we talked instead. So yeah, I think this person I'm debating now is going to be probably a stronger disagreement because he's a literal AI startup person. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting though, because I don't know exactly where he's going to go with the arguments. Yeah, I don't know. The big misalignment I feel like I have with Destiny is that he commingles tech bros with actual tech people. Yeah, I feel like he hates software developers, but he like considers them to be sort of aligned with the weird tech bro CEO transhumanist people who want to like replace humanity with robots. Yeah. Why do you need to debate in the first place? He approached you to? No, because I wanted to. I wanted to test my thoughts on AI with someone who super disagrees with me. And yeah, he has an AI startup, so he probably disagrees with me. Unless, I guess maybe he could take the position of yes, I agree, all of this stuff is bad, but I don't think we can do anything about it, so I'm just going to join them instead of trying to fight them. I think that is kind of, he could go in that direction. I don't even know what I would respond to that, except to, yeah, what would you even say to that? I don't even know. I guess maybe I wouldn't even have to say anything else beyond that point, because if he goes there, I feel like he would kind of admit everything that I would argue, so that would be a win, I think. So I don't know. I don't think he'll go there. I genuinely don't know. I think the strongest argument that I've seen for AI So I think the strongest argument I've seen for AI is probably the stuff around like, I think the protein folding research genuinely got a huge advancement with the technology that generative AI came with. And that stuff is genuinely useful. But beyond that, I'm kind of running out of positive things to say about AI. So, yeah. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Mm, I think going against all AI is honestly a bad argument. I think focusing on generative AI for creative stuff would be a lot more aligned. Yes. So, the I was trying to figure out where exactly to draw the line for what the like actual debate prompt should be. So like, um, because one of the harder things when it comes to talking about AI is that it is a genuinely, um, it is a huge topic. Like you can go so many different directions, that it's insane. Like you can go so many directions, um, and it's hard to confine a debate to a specific area. And so I have been trying to think of like, what is the most refined version of my argument where I can like get to the core of like my actual issue with AI. So for the debate prompt, I was thinking the debate prompt is going to be generative AI is an anti-humanity technology. That's what I'm going to defend. I'm going to make that claim. And the other guy is going to have to argue against that. And the inclusion of generative is specifically to exclude kind of pre-generative AI machine learning, because pre-generative AI, like there was a thing that used to also be called AI, but it's machine learning stuff for like, I don't know, you're holding up a phone and you want to find a QR code and then read that QR code. Like you could use machine learning stuff for that, right? I'm fine with that genre of AI. I'm totally fine with that. That doesn't matter to me. And so it's mostly to like try to exclude those things. So um, um, the what was I gonna say? I got distracted reading chat. Oh yeah, the debate prompt. So what I mean by anti-humanity is pretty specific. It's not that humanity as a species will die. Like that's not how I'm using the word humanity in anti-humanity. I specifically mean humanity as in the soul of things. You know, when someone does something nice, you could say that they're doing something humane, right? There's humanity in a piece of art, like that genre of humanity, right? And my biggest issue with generative AI is that it is absolutely torching humanity in art and in communication. It is taking things where humans used to be very involved and removing humanity from it. If you're making some kind of AI art, like you're removing the need for a human to actually make that art, right? And I just think it is an anti-humanity technology in that way. It is legitimately trying to get rid of humans as a part of a process of creating something. Oh yeah, and cognition as well. That's true. Yeah. It's an attempt to just like can we get rid of humans in this process? Yes or no? And then if you find out, okay, the AI can do that, good, and then move on. And what my argument is that is not good, actually. You know. And usually the argument goes something along the lines of, well, it's going to make you more productive, or the argument usually goes something along the lines of, well, people usually don't even want to do that thing anyway, so now you can finally, you know, now as a programmer, you can finally just review PRs all day instead of having to problem solve. As an illustrator, you no longer have to like toil away with like using your pens and your colors, and like you don't have to do that anymore. You can finally become a CEO of an art company to produce art. You no longer have to like do research in a scientific advanced in a topic or do math research. You can just ask your AI now, because it's going to be better than you. You don't need to be motivated to do anything, because why would you? Why would anyone get into art? Why would anyone get into research when we have AI? AI is going to solve everything. Just have your infinite feed and enjoy your content for you to consume. Like I feel like that is where we're heading. And that is bad, is my argument. I don't think this minimal friction future where nobody's motivated to do anything because nothing matters and everything is pointless and we're all just like on this kind of entertainment treadmill. I think that is a future where humanity is effectively removed from like any kind of digital communication or media. And that is garbage. That is bad. I think that is a horrible future. And I don't know how strongly I can make this argument yet, because I would have to see more around the positive effects of generative AI. But I think I would be willing to make the claim that whatever advances or positive things we've gotten from generative AI, I think I would just say that I don't think it's worth it. Like if we can have the positives of generative AI without the negatives, good. That's just good. But it seems like that's not possible. It seems like we're gonna have, it's either all of it or nothing, right? And currently we're in trying to move towards all of it. Yeah. It won't ever be all of it. I mean, of course, but you know what I mean, right? It would have captured a meaningful and a significant portion of the public's engagement with art and communication. Obviously, art will always exist. Human-made stuff will always exist. Of course, it's never going to go away entirely. But the question is, like, what is the future of digital art in a society where making it is not valued, buying it from other people is not valued, and where any kind of online communication is so poisoned by robots that nobody's going to want to see any of it. Like how viable is it to even reach anyone anymore? But yeah, I mean, you're right in that, you know, if we make the internet entirely useful and we kill off every single career in digital art, like, will art still exist? Sure. But like, at what cost? You know? Like, and this is not even an anti-technology matter, right? I love technology. My entire career is built on an art form that basically started existing because of technology and thanks to technology, right? But that technology encouraged art and it allowed for new art forms instead of replacing existing ones. I think that's a huge difference in how these technologies operate. Have you done any prep, or are you going in dry? I've done a little bit of prep, but probably not as much as I should. But I also have a lot of projects and I have a lot of work that I need to do. I need to prepare a talk and like, I don't know. It's tricky to figure out how much time I should spend on all of this. Physical works will stand as they did now for centuries. Yeah, I just don't think that that is an argument for why we should just be okay with every digital art getting deleted. Like, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, yeah. You focus too much on the digital art. AI is a tool. People used to dig holes with shovels, and they needed a bunch of people to do that. Now heavy machines do most of the work. Are heavy machines bad because fewer people are needed? Okay, so for any tool, you need to ask yourself two questions. Most people only focus on the first question, but there's two questions you need to ask, okay? The first question is, what does this tool allow me to do that I couldn't do previously? Like, what opportunities am I getting by using this tool? Obviously, like in that case, yeah, the heavy machine is going to give you the opportunity to do a lot more. You're going to be a lot more efficient, right? There's a lot of positives there. But there is an other side to this, which is, what does this tool allow me to not do? What am I not doing by using this tool? Okay? And if you apply this framework to the vast majority of generative AI, if you look at the not side of things, what do you list there? Okay, well, if we use generative AI for art, like 2D art, generative AI for 2D art allows me to not have to do art, right? Like, okay, I don't have to do art. Okay, so it kind of removes the central thing that makes it valuable in the first place, like as most artists, or from the perspective of most artists. If you're using LLMs for all of your problem solving, yeah, you can get from point A to point B faster, short term at least, but what are you choosing not to do by using this tool? You are choosing not to problem solve anymore. You are outsourcing the problem solving to a machine. And so, and you know, as with any kind of thing that you do, you get better at the thing when you do it over and over again. If you're going to problem solve over and over again, you're going to get better at problem solving. If you're doing illustration or art, you're going to become better at doing art if you do art. But if you choose to not do art by using an art generator, you will not learn art. You will learn prompting. Your prompt is the thing that you're learning to get better at. but you're just not getting better at doing the actual illustration and the craft of that art. And so I think people over-index on like what tools allow you to do and completely just ignore what tools allows you not to do. And I think it's that thing that is the most corrosive stuff when it comes to generative AI and why I hate it in creative works. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. There is a considerable amount of people that don't want to do the art. So just don't do it. Do you, or like, is that bad? If you don't want to do art, just don't do art. That's okay, right? I think a big point you should hang on to apropos to this is how the hands-off agentic coding process creates an atrophy effect, code-based familiarity. Yeah. I just don't know as much about that. I feel like I would need to do a little bit more research on that. Devil's advocate, you're outsourcing to a machine, but if you're applying the same solution to a different problem, why not save the time and use generative to adapt the previous solution to this problem? I mean, like I said, if there's zero creativity in something that you want to do, I'm usually fine with using AI for that. Because we already use non-AI stuff for things like that anyway. Like refactoring tools in Writer, for example. You could like if you do that with AI versus just using the refactoring tool in Writer, like it's just a machine thing with no creativity. You just want to move a thing from one place to another. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care if someone uses AI for that or if someone uses like a previously non-AI version of that same refactor, because in this particular case there is no creativity involved there. There's no interesting problem solving. It's just kind of the same thing but using a different tool. But those are very limited use cases and they're very like small compared to what people are actually using generative AI for. What people are actually using generative AI for is wild compared to what I think is the like actual use cases for it. So I don't know. Can you reach out to the Primogen? I mean, I don't know how to reach them. But if you want to reach out, feel free. I don't know much about them. I just know that they're a YouTuber streamer, right? Okay. I feel like I missed a bunch of questions. Just looking through. If we brought an artist from the 1400s to the present day, would the complete lack of physical materials make digital art feel totally alien and soulless to them? I don't think so. I think there would be something about digital art that has some kind of fickleness to it. Like physical art is very like tangible. Like you know where it is, you know that it exists, and you know that you can move it from one place to another. But digital stuff is very fleeting. Like whether or not it's visible is something that can be toggled on and off, right? Which is very unintuitive if you haven't worked a lot with digital stuff. Um, so I think that part is probably the biggest like differentiation. But if you take someone who's drawing something with a digital tablet, like a tablet pen, to do art, it's genuinely very similar to the way that someone would paint stuff with physical medium. So like I don't think there wouldn't be a huge differentiation in the way that the art is produced and created. It would just be mostly a difference in like the way that it's stored. Like the physicality versus the digitalness is going to be more jarring than the difference in process. Unlike for generative AI, because there the difference in process is enormous, where if you use generative AI to create a visual piece of art, like you just didn't do the art, like you just didn't create it. You commissioned a robot to do it, right? And so like that's not, you're not even part of the creation process. You just had an idea and then you wanted someone else to like visualize it for you. But we saw this with digital music production and photography. It's just more of the same. I don't agree that it's more of the same. You're assuming all creativity is delegated in all processes. I mean, there is some creativity to be the person like delegating, but I just think that it's very small in comparison to the person actually doing the production of the piece of art. Okay. Do we have any other arguments that I need to be ready for my actual debate later? You could do most of the production and only use generative AI for a small part and anywhere in between. You could, but I think it undermines the entire piece of work if you're like piecemeal using AI in like small parts of your thing. Like to me, that's just kind of like you had something cool. Why would you taint it by putting some AI sprinkled in there? Like why would you do that? You know, that just feels bizarre to me. But maybe that's just because I have such a distaste towards it. I'm just like I just hate it so much. But what value does digital art more than physical one apart from the dopamine video games and media need to produce in customers? Oh, like what value it's supposed to produce? Oh, well, okay. If I hope that's not your actual actual argument. He might make that argument though. I think there's a tendency for people who are not in any type of creative field and don't do anything creative as a hobby. If you're completely outside of that, I think there's a lot of people who see things like video games and movies as like it's mere entertainment, right? But I think that is a hugely simplified view of what the purpose of all of these things are. And I also think that the entire reason people exist who are artists is because they've been inspired by previous works, right? Like I don't know. I just feel like that feedback loop of seeing a cool video game, seeing a cool movie, and then having the realization that like, oh shit, people worked on this. There's like actual humans that did every part of this, and then you look into it and you're like, this is awesome. This is so cool. Like all of these things, just like people built that. That's so inspiring and awesome, right? And that's how people usually start out becoming artists. And I think if you substitute that for with an AI, I think that is completely uninspiring. I think the inspirational value of a piece of art is completely removed, to me at least. Like the only possible value remaining is whatever the humans did, and if what the humans did was basically just write a prompt, then there's so little value there, or so little to be inspired by, to me at least, as an artist. But maybe the point is that people don't even value artists as a profession. I guess maybe that's where people are going. Why does it matter that it's not humane? Capitalism doesn't care about that, only results. Why would I care about what capitalism cares about? I care about what humans care about. That's my entire argument. My entire thing is that it's an anti-humanity technology, right? And so I'm going to be on the side of humanity. That's what I'm going to try to argue for. So I'm not going to cater to capitalism's wants and needs. Another point you should mention is that the phenomena of generative AI corruption not surviving several generations. The same phenomena will happen when we lose organic data to train on. I've heard about that, but I'm not entirely sure how true that is. Because I can imagine that. I could imagine that the leaps forward are not going to be in more training data, but rather just improving the models and making just new developments in terms of making the AI models themselves, and then just kind of using whatever like data you already had. Because I can imagine they took all of that data and just froze it in time and space to make sure that nobody can take it from them, which is like everybody's data from like all the sum total of humanity's like digital art from forever, which is, I think, kind of disgusting, but whatever. Lana Lux, thank you so much for the raid. We have been derailed into talking about AI for an hour, if not more. Because I am gonna have an AI debate, debate soon, on Friday, and I need to prepare my anti-AI arguments until then. I'm going to be debating someone who is a, he's an AI startup guy, so basically the opposite of me. And the debate prompt is, or the position that I'm going to defend is that generative AI is an anti-humanity technology. That's what I'm going to defend. I'm going to be making that argument largely from the perspective of how generative AI is hollowing out the inspirational value of art, and it's hollowing out our trust in communication across every single digital communication platform. And it is eroding the very thing that people get inspired by, and it's eroding the reason why people pursue the arts and even the sciences. And I think that is legitimately harmful to humanity. That is going to be the core of my argument. What's his name? Shervin is the name of the guy I'm going to talk to. Is this focused on art or in general? It's not just focused on art, no. But I do want to keep it kind of confined to I do want to keep it confined to the post machine learning AI, but pre AGI. I don't want to talk about AGI. I don't care. That's like obviously bad in my opinion. There's nothing to debate there. So I do want to keep it grounded to the current AI technology. And I do want to keep it grounded in terms of how it psychologically affects people and how it's being used for communication and in creativity. I think that is those are the areas where I'm the most concerned. Yeah. I would look over his talks and see how he hits those angles. Yeah, I'm planning to do that at least the day before. I'm probably going to look over some of his stuff just to see where he stands on all of those things. Yeah, it is such a huge topic, though. It is really hard to like narrow down the conversation to something like digestible, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the raid, Lanalux. Get chat to make some notes for you. Yeah, I mean, if you wanna look over some of Shervin's content to try to figure out his views, then it would be cool. But otherwise, I will do that. There is a chance he's listening either now or later. Yeah, that's possible. But I feel like my arguments should hold up regardless. I'd be curious to hear the debate. Will you post a recording? It's gonna be on YouTube on Friday. It's gonna be 3 p.m. ET, maybe 4 p.m. ET. I forget. It's gonna be at 22 Stockholm time on Friday, so whatever that is in your time zone. Yeah, it's gonna be that's when it's gonna be live, and it's gonna be on my YouTube channel. Unless I completely fumble the debate, then I will just unlist the video. But I can send you a link to it if you want to see me fumble the debate. But ideally, I will not fumble the debate. Yeah, I do genuinely worry that I don't want to act as a platform for an AI startup person because I genuinely find this technology destructive to humanity. So like yeah, I don't know if he's gonna watch all of this stuff though, like my rambles about this, because I also don't think that he cares as much as I do. I think I care a lot more about this than he does, for better or for worse. You need to be aware of an angle he might use where people claim legitimate Monets are crap because the Twitter poster claimed that they were AI generated images. He's going to try to disenfranchise the value of art based on perception, and we're going to have a renaissance on perspective on generative AI. I sort of feel like that argument goes the other way for me. Like, I've often described generative AI as a type of cancer. And the reason I would describe it as a cancer is because a set of cancer cells, they survive in the medium because they mimic healthy human cells, right? They propagate and they make their way through, and your body can't tell one from the other, so it's just a bunch of things happening, right? And to me, that's a pretty apt metaphor because, like, how do you get rid of cancer? Well, usually you have to go through chemotherapy is notoriously imprecise. It does hurt your body, right? And that is exactly what's happening when artists are calling out other artists who they're like accusing other artists of making AI art. Why do people do that? Because we want to get rid of AI trash. And it is hurting other artists, right? Like artists usually get annoyed when things look AI. It hurts the person who made it. It hurts like the entire community that people are fighting with each other, like accusing people of making AI stuff. And this is exactly why I think AI is so fucking cancerous. Like it is just so destructive to trust. It's destructive to our trust in art. It's destructive to our trust in communication. Well, I guess art is a form of communication. Like it is just so bad. So like, I don't know if he's going to bring up the fact that, oh, but aren't you anti-AI people the real problem because you sometimes like misread people's actual art as generative AI? And it's like, I mean, yeah, that's annoying when that happens, but why is it happening? Well, it's because people are pushing AI into spaces where it doesn't belong, right? And this is just an imperfect self-defense mechanism in our communities. It sucks, but the reason it's here and the reason it's happening is because of this AI garbage. He's going to argue why we need to trust that something is an AI. Wait, what do you mean? I was seeing a lot of DIY home stuff, some of which aren't structurally sound. I wonder how long until people start building stuff that doesn't make sense because they didn't realize it was AI. Oh, like AI generated DIY stuff? Oh, yeah. Who is he? I'm debating someone known as Sherveen. Also, I'm intentionally not bringing up his name a lot because I don't want to advertise his stuff because I don't like AI people. I don't want to advertise their things. The mere fact that if something is Gen AI is up for debate alone lends credence to the idea that Gen AI creates real art. I don't think it does at all. I don't really see how you could make that connection unless you think art is just the end product, like the visual output of like an image or something. And I'd gladly have that argument because that is so wrong. Yeah, because I've had moments where like he's going to argue that there's a current culture of anti-AI bias and that we're going to hit a renaissance where we stop having that bias and accept it as real art. I'm trying to think of where I would even go from there because I sort of agree and disagree at the same time. I think the so there's kind of been this, in order to make something that most people call art, traditionally that has required the work of artists. And I think that has been a necessary good. But I think what's going to happen is that if it is the case that we can produce things that most people would consider art, even though no artist was involved, I think that there might be a renaissance where the public accepts AI and they start considering AI generated works as true art. and people, we didn't need artists to make this piece of art. I think that is genuinely depressing. Like, if that happens, then, like, in my opinion, we are doomed. Like, if that's the case, that, like, oh, if we get a tool where we just don't need artists anymore, holy shit, what we have just like removed humanity from so many things that give so many people so much meaning. Okay. Why should artists work when they can swim in the pool? Because... Wait, are you watching without audio? There's like an icon on you that says watching without audio. Are you not listening to me? G-souts? The reason artists make art is because they want to. Like, I have a very hard time thinking of artists that I know who make art for any other reason. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can imagine someone is like, oh, I wanna be good at art in order to make money. I just don't know anyone like that in real life. I just don't. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. There's work art and there's true art. Yeah, I mean, there's artists don't always do the most fulfilling or the most personal or the most expressive type of art, but usually you do have a love for the craft one way or another, right? And I think there's very few artists, as far as I know, who see it as a mere means to an end. I think that is very rare. Maybe I'm wrong, but in my experience, I don't think there's a lot of people are like that. Most artists are like that. Most people see the art as a medium for the potential monetary or popular gain. Okay, that is entirely okay. Maybe the popular gain, like you want to get some kind of respect or fame. That I agree with. That's a motivator. But monetary is like, that's something that would be nice, but that's usually not the driving, motivating factor, in my experience. Thoughts on this hypothetical? Imagine we have a mind-reading machine that can take a picture. You're thinking of and transfer it to the real world. If someone tells you to think of something specific, say an elephant riding a bicycle, are you an artist? Are you an artist if the machine takes that picture in your head and makes it real? That one is weird. I feel like my intuition is no. I guess it would depend on like how much creativity you've applied in your head, but like usually the creative process of creating art is very different from like your initial idea or your initial visualization of it. Um, yeah. It feels like a mind photography type of thing. I'm not sure. Um, mm, you know, it feels like that would mostly be like an interpretation layer type of thing. I don't know, like if you had like if you had a machine that could if you had a machine that could just record your dreams or whatever, like that doesn't make you a cinematographer, you know. Um, um, we also wouldn't say the person telling you what to think of is an artist, right? I feel like it kind of maps onto AI art. You know, I mean, to me, that there's very little artistic value there, in my opinion. Like, unless the thing that they tell you to think of is creative in and of itself. But that to me is more about like creativity in writing or ideation, and it has very little to do with art or in visual art. Um, um, so you mean better to have AI do your dishes and clothes rather than paintings and game engines? Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. It should be doing things that have no creative value, right? Um, would you say that the intentions of the artist play a role in the art? That is, the viewer, the art interprets something that was not the intention of the artist is a different thing than when it was his intention. This kind of sounds like it's about like the death of the author stuff. Like, does the artist's intention matter, or is it just the interpretation of the people who are like taking in the art, right? Um, I feel like that is a separate question, unrelated to AI. I'm not sure how it connects. I would say that both of these play a role. Like it's like in a very broad sense, like any piece of art is a conversation between the viewer and the creators. And so it goes both ways. I don't think it's a unidirectional thing. It's just that the degree to which that communication goes one way or the other depends a lot on the person and the art and like how all of this happened. But I don't think that's I don't think yeah, I don't know how that ties into the AI. I guess you would say that like with AI, the intention is diminished into a prompt, right? Um, but and I wouldn't say that the prompt doesn't matter at all. I think there is some artistic value there. It's just that it's not even close to the amount of artistic value you would have if someone actually, you know, did the drew the rest of the owl, so to speak. Um, Posture check. I have a leg on my armrest. Is that not good posture? Is that what you're saying? Artistic prompts. I mean, I do want to give the like I don't want to say that there's zero artistic value in writing a prompt, but I will also say that there's that artistic value is the same as when you're commissioning someone else to do it, right? Um so yeah, which is to say not a whole lot. It's a tiny amount of artistic value. Um What about using AI for educational purposes? You better make sure that one, the stuff you're looking at is actually teaching you the thing that you want to learn, and two, that it's accurate, that you're learning the right thing and it's not hallucinating stuff. And three, you better make sure that you're not replacing teachers with an AI. Because good lord, if the future is that we're just not even gonna have humans anymore in school, and we're all just gonna like the future of teaching kids is for the kids to scroll a feed, we're doomed. We are cursed. Then you know we deserve what's coming. You know, oh my god. Um, um, Are you aware of any programs that implement Ricky Flow style deformation of meshes? I have no clue. I forget what that is. Maybe AI is the great filter after all. See, that's what I'm sort of. That's what I sort of feel like. Yeah. Yeah, and I think one of my main points, I think, in this debate, maybe not the main point, but it is a point. A point in this debate is that we don't need AGI in order for bad things to happen. I think the bad things will happen way earlier because humans are very easily manipulated by machines. You can just look at social media algorithms for that, right? So the extra step to go towards like an AGI seems like a much bigger step. It seems much easier to just hijack human brains, which again is already happening. So you should ask him if he favors a world where tech startup CEOs are replaced by AI. Probably could do that, yeah. And he's going to say, well, there always needs to be someone with the ideas, right? Like someone's got to have the idea to do the thing. And then you could be like, okay, well, what if the AI is a better idea guy than you, you know? It could work. Could work. That's an angle. Yeah, I think largely the direction I worry for humanity is that we're going to reach a point where humans are not necessary and our communication spaces are flooded with algorithmic slop. And most people are going to prefer the algorithmic slop because it's convenient and entertaining. And why do anything? You know, it's going to like that is the future that I worry about. That stuff can happen way before AGI. Like I was reading this forum of people who were working on math problems. There was a recent math problem that was solved by an AI, or claimed to be solved by an AI. Probably was, wouldn't surprise me. And it was interesting to see the research community was basically split in half, where half were kind of cautiously excited about where it might go, and the other half was like, well, this is kind of uninspiring. And like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess are we not needed anymore? Should we even continue researching? Because like, well, why should I spend 5 years studying some math problem if an AI is going to do that? Okay, well, then maybe you just shouldn't, you know? Like it's a really depressing and weird future when people feel like they're not needed anymore. And like the human need to feel like you belong is really, really strong. And like we're already dealing with a huge issue in society of people feeling extremely alienated from society. People don't even know how to meet people anymore. And it's like, we're just removing people from everywhere. Like, oh, well, you can have a self-checkout, so you don't have to meet a cashier. You can just, or actually even better, order your groceries to your home and make sure it's a no-contact delivery so you never meet a person again. And just stay at home and just like work remote, never go to a workplace. Like everything should be as frictionless and individualistic as possible. And that is somehow the like ideal society that we're working towards. And I think we need to be really careful about how much we're removing humanity from stuff. I feel like such a boomer saying this because I remember like boomers had similar arguments for like, oh, you're just doing stuff on your computer all the time. But like, rather than trying to argue that like, oh, the boomers are all wrong, like everything is like amazing now, I think I'm like, maybe they had a point. You know, they weren't fully correct about where digital arts and computers were going, but they sort of had a point, you know. And now I guess it's boomers who are the most captured by, you know, AI videos on Facebook. So it's weird. It's weird. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it. Sorry for getting on this extremely long tangent on AI. But I will be having a debate on AI, so it's good to brush up on those arguments, I guess. Yeah, I really have no idea where he's going to go with his arguments. I probably need to research his stances a little bit more. I looked a little bit on one of his YouTube channels. It was mostly interviews though, and I couldn't find one that was like a really clear like topic that would feel relevant. It's more like, I don't know. It was more like startup slop, you know? Here's the 10 tips for how to be productive using blah 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 blah, you know? Maybe it wasn't mostly that. That was my takeaway emotionally. So I just came here to say hello and how much I love the YouTube videos. This topic is deep. Hello, Claire. And thank you. Sorry, we're deep. We're deep into dooming about AI. Okay. All right. Do I continue coding or do we continue dooming about AI? How are you doing in chat? Sorry if I'm depressing. I am genuinely depressed about this. Sorry for being off topic. Which headphones do you use? These are the AKG K702, I think. I think. New fun here, and also love hearing your thoughts on AI, even if it's depressing. Do people want to hear depressing thoughts? I don't know. I guess it's validating if you're also depressed about it, you know? Oh yeah, I am actually going to talk to... there was someone who watched my AI conversation who had some thoughts about it, who wanted to talk to me tomorrow. I might do that on stream, or I might not. I'm not sure yet. It's always nice to get some extra perspectives. Would you recommend Writer over Visual Studio? I would recommend whichever one you like the most. The one that makes you excited to code and create. How's Gumpy? I think Gumpy is pretty alright. Of late, I've been... well, a few months ago, the cats had a fight with Gumpy, and since then, Gumpy has been... she's had her own room. So Gumpy took over my bedroom for the past few months. So I've been like sleeping on the couch for a long time because Gumpy just completely occupied the bedroom. And because my cats don't get along with Gumpy, so and my cats really want to sleep in the same room as me. But recently, the past couple days, I tried sleeping in the bedroom, which was nice to have an actual bed. And Toast and Thor do not like that. But it went okay, a little bit better than I thought. So maybe they're okay with not hanging out with me 24/7. But yeah, Gumpy's alright. Do you watch anime? Nope. I mean, I used to a long time ago. I probably watched some... No, I did. What was the last one I watched? I don't remember. Oh, I saw an anime called Nichijou. It was very stupid in a very good way. I enjoy stupid humor. I don't know why, but like just like dumb humor is my kind of stuff. So plans for the weekend. What am I doing this weekend? I don't really delineate weekends versus weekdays, so I don't have any plans. My plans for the weekend is to either celebrate or cry because my debate on Friday either went well or it went horribly. I don't know. Is that a Thor or a Toast Tail? Right now there's no. Let's see. Toast is here, but there's no tail dangling, I think. And then Salad is closer. He's right here. When will you make a next video like a Bezier Courier? Really loved it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just haven't really wanted to make animated videos for a long time, and I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, so I don't know. I've been doing a bunch of other stuff instead. But you know what? We're starting to see AI animated math videos now on YouTube as well. Yes, that is true. I am not making this up. AI slop math videos are already here on YouTube, so I'm not needed anymore, guys. Just you don't need me to make videos. You know, human labor is over. We don't have to toil and make art ourselves. You know, it's just give it to the AI. Ugh. Okay. Anyway. That's crap. I need my 3 blue 1 brown videos. Well, if it helps, the AI slop math videos were using Manim, so they were actually using 3 blue 1 browns tools. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure, but hopefully that's inspirational. Is that inspirational? Can it even be? I'm not sure. I have no clue. All right. I should at the very least ramp up this particular feature before I end the stream today. So give me a moment. Will you make a video on how to animate like that Bezier curve video? I have planned to do that accompanying my next video, but it's going to be exclusive on Patreon, so it's not going to be public on YouTube. If people are curious about my workflow. How do you usually plan your workload? I don't, and that is one of my bigger issues in life. Okay. So what was I doing here? Soft selection distances, right. Okay. So we renamed that one. So I think I don't really need to do that anymore. And we don't need that anymore, I believe. And we don't return anything anymore. Okay, am I... no, no, we got something here. So this is... Right, we moved this to a different file, so that's not... We don't need that anymore. Cool. Is it gonna work? Who knows? I'm just gonna go open a window. I'll be right back. Okay, I forget who asked about Thor, if he was in the cat tree. And I just didn't see him from here. But I have excellent news. Okay, are you ready for some excellent news? Look at that. It's all three of them. I can't really move the camera, but all three of them are in the cat tree. Three of them. 3 cats. I have the worst tripod in the universe. So I can't like pivot it and move it around or anything. It's like super locked, and when I try to move it, I need to like unscrew a thing where it sounds like I'm like crunching and destroying plastic, and it's awful. It's so rickety and bad. but it works, so. Oh, hold on. Okay. How can I completely detach myself from AI so I can start doing problem solving on my own again? I don't know. I mean, the way that I do it is that I just don't use it. The closest I get to using AI is that I use it as a substitute for searching for something on Stack Overflow. But beyond that, I don't use it to problem solve. I don't like having someone else do the fun part for me, you know? But I guess if you genuinely don't enjoy problem solving, I'm not sure if that approach is going to help. So I don't know. I feel like that's more of an indictment of how bad Stack Overflow is than anything else. I don't know. Is it bad? I feel like it's good. Or do you mean like we should be expecting the AI to be better than it is, or? Okay, we are ooh, red. This was not the color I was expecting. Okay, something went wrong. Wait. Oh, I'm not actually using... Hold on. Hold on. Oh, and I also need to initialize this one. Okay. So I guess it's for each vertex. Yeah, okay. Vertex ID. We set vertex ID to new selection info. I feel like Stack Overflow only really has answers for easy stuff, and actually finding even those answers is a pain. Yeah, usually for me, Stack Overflow is like either I forgot how to do a thing and I need a reminder, like, oh, what was the syntax for like doing regex in JavaScript? Like, I don't know, like if that I just need that, you know. Or I'm like new to something and I just need to learn it for the first time. But yeah, I feel like I rarely go to Stack Overflow for like complex things. And when I do, I feel like a lot of the answers are kind of lackluster. Yeah. Okay, selectedness 1. And then what else? Distance? Yes, distance 0. And we don't need that. Okay. Is that better? Is that gonna work? It is kind of weird though. Yeah, like all of the incentives for stuff online. Sorry, I'm rotating the camera again. There was someone earlier who was upset that I don't always work 100% efficiently because sometimes I just rotate the camera. But this is how game developers this is how game developers are just stim while they're thinking about something, and artists, like we just need to rotate the camera, okay? Well, we just need to like be one with the scene and just kind of live the scene, okay? So stop judging, all right? Yeah, it is weird how like the like search engine stuff, like there's been a lot of problems with like SEO, like search engine optimization, and in a sense I feel like the there sort of was a similar thing to AI slop before like generative AI, which is kind of the like the, I think they're usually called like content mills, where you find like the cheapest labor imaginable in order to just like generate as many articles as possible using humans instead of a machine, but effectively like acting like machines, which is in some sense even more dehumanizing. But like that type of like it's kind of weird how like those incentives have been there for so long now, but now they're kind of disappearing. Like that incentive is sort of disappearing, but it's also sort of made worse because you can generate it with AI now, but then Google has its own AI that kind of bypasses the need to click on other links, but then that also hurts like people making non-slop websites where like a lot of people are just not gonna go to those websites either. But yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like all of those like incentives have changed in weird ways. And yeah, I don't know where the like equilibrium is gonna happen for like how all of that's gonna shake out. Oh, my cannery in the coal mine, by the way, I was just like, if Wikipedia falls, when Wikipedia succumbs to the AI slop, that's when I'm out. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. You know, find a log cabin in a forest and just bring all of my cats, and I'm just gonna live there forever and ever, and just like stop interacting with society because like, oh my god, that one, you're not allowed to touch Wikipedia. Is it not canary? How do you pronounce canary? Can we ask some kind of AI? Canary? Do we want the Unidev pronunciation or the American pronunciation?
Canary.
Okay, you heard that, but I did not hear that. So that kind of defeated the purpose of clicking that button, didn't it? Can I have my audio, please? Hello? Here we go. Okay.
Canary. Canary.
Canary. Really?
Canary. Canary.
Canary. Okay. There's like emphasis on ne. I put it in k. Okay.
Canary.
Canary. Canary in the coal mine. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Unidev. I'm always working on being American passing, so I appreciate it. Not British passing. Absolutely not, no. It is funny though that like in education, why is everything selected all the time? In our education system, like usually they teach British English in class. Which is kind of unexpected, I guess. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Okay, why is everything appearing selected? But only when soft selection is on. So if I'm just in vertices, switch to soft selection, everything shows up as selected. Is it because I might have renamed this shader property without renaming the thing in the actual shader? So what was the previous name? It was soft select dists. Yes. Oh my god, I even forgot this whole thing. Okay. Alright. Okay. My bad. My bad. So this is a structured buffer of a new thing. Where is it? That's the one I want. Okay, so we got a struct. Probably not going to need stride. There we go. What was the... Yeah, okay. Cool, so... Let's see. I'm not computing the weight real time now, so now the weight is just going to be this dot selectedness, I believe. Yeah. Trad coding? Oh my god. It's, I'm not sure I wanted to have that phrase in my brain. Why did you put that in my brain? It's really funny hearing Chinese tourists or immigrants suddenly break out of the most perfect, posh-sounding, standard Southern British. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... It's also funny how, like, it's rare for that to happen. Or, well, okay, I am super biased by my industry. Because the entertainment industry, like game development for entertainment games, is a lot more international than most, as far as I know, a lot of other parts of society. So like, and I think a lot of people in media are also huge consumers of media, and the biggest like producer of like media that we all see online, and like, I don't know, going to the movies is usually like American media, right? And so like most people who are like very into media tend to have an American accent. But outside of that, it's like it could be almost anything. Like, and I feel like that's when I sometimes hear, like, it could be like someone, I don't know, someone working at a restaurant or something, um, and they just like suddenly have like they're obviously Swedish, but then they have a British accent. It's like, whoa, wait, this is, I'm not used to this. So. Thornity, thank you for the raid. Hello. Did I recompile? I believe I did. Okay, we can now deselect stuff. That's useful. But our soft selection is simply not working. Okay. Okay. Fascinating. Why is that? Why is that the case? So if I click, recalculate self-selection distances. Huh, I am calling this. I wonder if it's actually the job. Because I'm also writing to this. It's like a read-write. Wait, is that not valid? Okay. Do I need to? But no, this was my previous output, so it already worked before, so it should be fine. Is this? Okay. How would I test this? I could give it a. Oh wait, hold on. After I compute the distances, do I even set the weights? Hold on, where do I set the weights? Recalculate self-selection distances. Got the job. Hold on. Where? Okay, I feel like I've got to be setting it somewhere. Yeah, here. And I'm just not calling this code. Okay, that's not good. I should call this code, actually. I should run the code that I'm trying to test. I think that's probably a good step in the right direction. An AI would never make this problem. If only I had an agentic workflow. Get your agentic workflow today with Claude something something? I don't know. I don't know what they're called. I'm sure Claude has an agentic workflow solution, right? Unidev would know. If Unidev is still in chat. Claude code? That seems biased. Is there a Claude that's not code? What if I want agentic workflow to like plan my family trips? Okay, I'm in the wrong file. That's my problem. I'm just in the wrong file. Okay. And selection weights are, did I put that in manipulators? I did. It does not belong here. Well, you know what? You should also scoop. Oh, and then for the right. My auto formatter. Hello, thank you. Cowork then. Gotcha. I think Cowork is basically just Claude code with a different prompt and a slightly different UI. Gotcha. I wonder if Shervin, the person that I'm gonna debate, I wonder if he's gonna like. I feel like most of my arguments don't really necessitate having like a deep knowledge of the tooling. But I sort of wonder if he's gonna try to like, I don't know, go that direction and test my knowledge on all the AI tools. But I don't think it's material to my argument. Like I don't think I need to know more than I do on those. Yeah. Why did I even have this as a separate function? I should just I don't think you need to know the ins and outs on how it works. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too. Unless it's stuff like we get into a disagreement of like the capabilities. Like I can see that might be possible if we get into a disagreement of like what it's able to do. But I feel like I'm usually already having the conversation assuming it's as powerful as the AI companies claim, which I don't think they are, but I think they're better than like useless. I don't know exactly where the truth is between those two extremes, but it doesn't really matter for my arguments, I think. Because I think my arguments would work even if they were that powerful. What's your main point of not using AI? Why should humanity refuse using it? I feel like we were talking about it like an hour ago on the stream for like a really long time. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think I responded to that argument. If it's effective, why not use it? Because effectiveness is not the only thing we value in life. Let's see. This is a roundabout way of doing this, so I should remove all of that. And then we got, you know what? This should be renamed vert ID. I was also not here. I would like to hear it. Well, I guess my main point around not using AI is usually around the erosion of trust in art and in human communication, and the shifting of liability and giving up problem solving to a machine. Well, that's very high level and not very interesting. But I think the enormous amount of distrust that is being seeded throughout society right now, I think is very, very dangerous. Yeah. So like, it would depend a lot on the actual thing. Like, why not use AI? Well, it depends on where you want to use AI. What do you want to use AI for? Well, I want to use it to send. I want to use it to send my partner a nice email about an idea for a date or something. In my opinion, you should not use AI for that. You should be doing that yourself. If you're using an AI for something that should be interpersonal and warm and humane, just don't use AI for that. Jesus Christ. Think for yourself. The reason going on a date and having ideas for things to do with each other, the reason that is full of heart and humanity is because you made the decisions and you had the process of figuring out where to go and you found all of that. That is important. For example, should you be using AI for code? Okay, maybe it's a tiny snippet that you could have Googled for and then found on Stack Overflow. Like, I'm probably fine with using AI for small snippets like that. Should you be using AI for like designing your entire code base? I think that is dangerous, and you are giving up knowing your code base and getting locked into an ecosystem for some AI. And now the AI is going to have knowledge about your ecosystem of all of your code, and you are giving up that knowledge. You are deciding not to know. And I think that is dangerous. I haven't done that myself, but I think that is a risky path to go down, and I'm not willing to do that myself. Should you be using AI to make art? In my opinion, no. I think that is an insult to art. It's an insult to humanity. It's especially an insult if you use it to trick other people. Like, I don't know. Like, it depends on the use case, but like in general, I am very, very anti-AI, but I don't know. One of my friends started responding to me with AI responses, so I just started deleting them without even reading them, and told him I would, so he stopped sending them. Yeah, I mean that is a completely fine response. Like, if someone started sending me AI messages, I would just like, I don't know, I would be pissed. I would tell them that I'm pissed about this, and like I would just be like, holy shit, I want to talk to you. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? Yeah. What was I doing? I was gonna assign to this thing. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Oh wait, I need to do that regardless? Okay. Even from a practical point of view, until AI can do basically all coding, there's kind of a hard limit on how much you can get away with before you're basically having to read the code base for the first time every time you need to manually make a change. So it ends up being slower if you try to get AI to do everything. Yeah. I think I read somewhere, I forget what the context was, but I think there was some place where someone was making the argument that having the AI write code in languages that were made for humans is kind of a weird like hoop to jump through, and that it would be probably more efficient for an AI to directly write code that was designed for an AI to write. And like in like that kind of makes that basically ensures that it's impenetrable to humans. and like, man, if that's the future of coding, like, that feels weird. That feels super weird. If we're like, even if it was competent at doing code, Like, are we just gonna rely on like an algorithm that like has, we don't even know where the liability is for like if something goes wrong and we just don't know why, and all we can do is ask the AI to try to fix it, and then it goes wrong again and we don't know why. Like what, like it feels super weird if we're gonna like rely on having anything in society run on an algorithm we can't like properly inspect and understand. Like that's really weird. This feels wrong. This is not a soft selection. This looks like a harsh selection. Like it's very, that's not right. I don't buy that. Most languages are designed very intentionally for certain use cases. If there were better ways to represent the same concept, someone would have surely written a library or made a new language for humans to use. Oh, I think it was mostly so that like languages are still to some extent designed to be easy to read, but if you could like bypass that need, like effectively turning it into machine code immediately. But then again, like maybe that is also not even possible because of the way that the models are trained. Because I can imagine that part of the reason why, okay, I'm guessing now. Technology guessing. I'm gonna guess part of the reason why large language models are good at code is because the code itself contains language, and it can kind of leverage the language aspects of things in the code itself because there's meaning in the words that we use. And I can imagine that it's kind of like self-reinforcing. But if it did not contain words like vertex ID or distance or selectedness, if these were just symbolic, as you know, A, B, and C, and D, it might not have been good at coding in the first place. I'm going to make a guess that that might be the case. So it might not even work. So why is all of my soft selection not soft? Let's see. For some reason I had it like this before, but that can't be the case because I have to set this as well. I wonder, no, it seems like the radius is fine. LLMs do not understand human languages because they just convert everything into meaningless arrays of numbers, completely detached from the substance of the data. Well, yes and no, but they make connections between different strings of words, right? And if like there's meaning in variable names, right? And if we remove that meaning, I think both humans and like training an AI will struggle to learn from that piece of code if it contains like 0 words for things. Yeah, Unidev, the like variable names providing meaningful information, that's the part that I'm talking about. Yeah, like generating like code golf problems is kind of like, that's kind of like you're removing information at that point. But for the training data, like having the actual words for what everything is, I think is probably why they're, or part of why they're good at learning that. Twitch randomly brought me here. What's popping? So I am working on a 3D modeling tool. I am refactoring my soft selection system, and as you can see, it is not very soft. And we're also dooming about AI because I am not a fan of AI, and so and that's the topic every now and then. I also have an AI debate pretty soon. So I've been wanting to prepare a little bit for that, and so now I'm getting work done and preparing for my AI debate at the same time. Wow. Is Half-Edge a standalone app built with Unity and not a package for Unity? Yes. Half-Edge is a standalone software. It is unrelated to Unity. It just so happens that I'm making it in Unity. Yes, you can use it for whatever engine you want. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? I feel like it's gotta be my... I feel like it's gotta be my... Maybe my job system? Oh, someone asked about Half-Edge and Linux, I think, and I just kind of read it and then forgot to respond to it. Yeah, I mean, so it's probably going to be relatively easy to get Half-Edge working for Linux and Mac. So yes, any desktop stuff is going to be supported. Although right now I have an issue where my selection buffer just doesn't work on Mac. It's broken, and my selection buffer is it's an enormous bit field, and the bit field stuff is different on Mac for some reason, and so on my laptop, Half-Edge doesn't really work. So, but hopefully, there's not a whole lot of those issues. Okay, where is my manipulation code? Where's my weight? Okay, start position and weight. Where's my W? That's in start manipulating. Okay, so here, got the weight. That should be selectedness. Yes. Vertex ID. Okay. Are we getting any other values here? Oh, okay. Okay, I get it, Ryder. You are running my CPU at like 1 bazillion like RPM or flops per like nanosecond. Can you just show me a single autocomplete at some point? Like I'm trying to type .log. Okay, thank you. Okay, wow, I love computers. Computers are so good, and we're improving them by the day. Like we really need, like we were almost done with software. We didn't know how to improve them anymore, so we just really needed AI to like really take software to the next fucking level. Good lord. I'm just deleting everything. I'm just gonna delete the entire application out of annoyance. I should never have updated Writer. There was an update, and I updated, and now it's not good. I'm fine. People just don't know how to write software anymore, I guess. It's just over. Why is my CPU just like going right now? Why? Why are you... Jesus, stop. Still got those issues? Yes. Okay. 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 We're actually getting weights here. Hold on. These look reasonable. We're getting a nice spread of weights. What's going on then? Wait. Why does this compile? Oh, hold on. It's probably... Oh, it's probably my own implementation of get enumerator. The vertex ID, the position and weight. What? What? Why is the whole quarter of the donut moving up like a plane when one dot was selected? That is what I'm asking as well. Oh wait, soft selection is off. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, alright. Hold on. So, this is the behavior when soft selection is off. But when it's on, it's actually working. So, okay. But the whole reason we did this refactor was for other elements, which is actually working, it seems, right? I think we got it. I think we made it work. It used to be that I could only select vertices for soft selection, but now we can select edges and it's working. We can select a bunch of faces and it's working. A bit of a suspicious lag spike there, which is probably printing all of these values actually. Neat. Okay, I do think I wanna visualize it to not just show the blue on the vertices. It would be cool if it showed the, I guess, like actually fading faces when you're in face selection mode. And as edges in edge selection mode. Okay, but it's still broken when soft selection is off. So when it's off, these should absolutely not move. So why is it setting the weight? Oh yeah, because I guess I always Do I? No, I shouldn't always compute the weights, actually. So I think or maybe that's fine. I don't know. I could branch in the actual displacement code. Wait, I guess I do. Sort of. Right, because this iterates through all of the initial vertices, but if soft selection is off, I should only include the vertices that are that have a weight of 1. So if weight is not equal to 1, continue, I guess. Right? Maybe? Why is Ryder complaining? Equality comparison for floating point numbers. Possible loss of precision while rounding values. Well, that's your problem. That's not my problem. I can compare floats however I like. Seems to work for soft selection off, apart from my lag spike for printing. Soft selection on. Neat. Okay, I need to remove this debug log because it is murdering performance. Why do I have so many viewers on Twitch? I usually don't have this many viewers. Did everybody else like stop coding? Is that it? Raids? I mean, even if I do get raids every now and then, it usually doesn't last for this long. Different color for soft selection versus selected? Yeah, I'm gonna have to add some kind of... I also want to have a thing where, like, the vertices that have 0 influence should also be distinguishable. But it does seem to be working. It does seem to work. Neat. This is how I like to use, how I like to do 3D modeling. Who needs ZBrush, you know? Who needs ZBrush when you have soft rotation? Did you ever look into tile-based compute rasterization? I don't know what you mean by that. Was that something I was talking about earlier, or are you wondering if I've done compute shaders in general? Because yes, I've done compute shaders a bunch. Oh, are you talking about like the tile-based rendering? Then no, I haven't implemented a tile-based renderer, no. I presume that's what you're asking. Okay. Do I... Let's see. What does my shader code actually look like for... Let's see, we got the vertices, and this should absolutely not live in here. Yeah. Is that the if-def guard? Yes. Okay, and then this looks like selection related stuff. I think we could have our selection vertex info in here. Okay, so our vertices. Right, I'm kind of like hard coding this. That's okay. So where do we got our edges? Hydrates. I should probably also have some. Do you have good literature for 3D graphics and game development? No, I don't. I just haven't read much on it at all. I'm a very practical learner, so I don't generally learn from books. But I mean, I have been searching a lot online, so usually it's online resources and experimenting a lot that I do. So not a very useful answer. I'm sorry. Okay. I just wanted to see if I could get the soft selection to also be soft along the edges and not just the vertices. Because it's kind of hard to see the fade here. Or basically impossible. So it would be something like this. Okay. Where? Ooh. I need the. This is just the view position. Let's see. That's what I wanted. Actually, there's a t value? There's got to be a t value somewhere here. Do I not have a t value? It seems illegal. Okay, so every edge has 2 vertices, and the 2 vertices have their own selection weights. I guess for now I can just like ignore interpolation and just do an average or something, just to see if it works. Edge B. What? Oh my god, writer, why do you have this weird delayed input thing? Where did I declare this variable? Selection drawing. Okay, and that one is in editor state. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, that just worked immediately. Hell yeah. Oh, this looks weird. Oh, I'm kind of uncomfortable with this. I don't like this at all. But I don't know what to think about this. I think it's the thickness varying like this makes me uncomfortable. It's fine if I have an edge loop. I think that's valuable data. But it makes me uncomfortable otherwise. um Panda Coder, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Okay, fascinating. We got a bit of a situation. But yeah, I really need to make the fully selected needs to be visually distinguished from the gradient. So and also having it fade between vertices, because now it's just a flat color. But how is it possible? Oh wait, quad cylinder parameters? Hold on. No way I don't have a t-value in here. I gotta have a t-value. I love t-values. T? Come on. No, okay, I'll just go look for myself, I guess. Oh, no, we can't navigate to definitions anymore? Okay. Where's my t-value? What? Oh, would it be like implicit in, yeah, it would be quad offset dot y, maybe? Yeah. If it's, oh yeah, if it's 1 it should be A, if it's 0 it should be B. Something like that. Is that the vibe? And then we loop. Yeah, that works. Hell yeah. Look at that. We got little gradients now. Neat. Faces. Oh, faces are weird because faces have a varying number of polygons. And they're kind of a hack. So I think faces are a bit harder to do this for. Actually, it looks so much better even just having edges. This looks kind of nice, actually. I like this. This looks much better than just the edge situation. This looks neat. I like this. This looks kind of sci-fi, to be honest. Hmm. I need to pretend to do some work and get something to eat. All right, that Rob Human, thank you for joining. Futuristic shit is happening, exactly. This is the future. Not using AI, that's the future. Do you do more than add or remove from selection? Intersect, exclude, etc.? Wait, exclude and remove is the same thing, right? Intersect? I don't have any intersection features now. It's just shift to add to your selection, control to subtract from your selection, and holding nothing replaces your selection. So I think it's the same same setup as Unity's selection system. Would diff be useful? I'm not sure. I've never used it myself, but that's also like I've never used tools that have it. But then again, like Photoshop is the only tool I've used that allows you to move your selection box after you started drawing it, which is so violently useful that I'm like, why is this not a thing in every application ever? So like the moment I figured that out in Photoshop, I was like, this like revolutionized my workflow, you know? Much more than AI has, to be clear. So like stuff like that, and maybe it's something like that where like, if I had intersection, I would use it a lot more often. Sprite does it too. Oh, that's nice. I just hate that the OS has options about Alt spacebar. Yes, it is a weird shortcut. Okay, all right. I should also get some dinner. So I should be wrapping up this stream, but this looks nice and this is neat. I feel like this was a good ending after all, you know? Oh, my throat is unhappy again. How about invert selection? That would be more like a shortcut rather than a modifier, so I don't know, Control I or whatever. Does double clicking an edge select a loop? Yes, it does. Not only that, but I also have half edges. Have you ever selected half edges before? Yeah, that's right. Half edge supports selecting half edges. Didn't think you'd see that day, but here you are. Half edges. Can you soft select half edges though? Nobody knows. Society just hasn't figured that one out yet. But you know what? We can figure it out together. Let's see what happens. Sort of. I mean, it's not drawing the half edges, so I'm not sure if it counts, but it is doing the thing that it would do. I love how cluttered this looks. What do half edges do? That could either be a very deep question or a very simple question. So the short answer to the deep question is that half edges are the basic building block of 3D meshes. A ton of data is stored in a half edge. So half edges store information about the edge as it relates to this face. So it's kind of like an edge of a face. That's basically what half edges mean. But it also means a vertex of a face. Because, you know, every polygon has the same number of vertices as edges. So a half edge represents both this edge and this vertex as it belongs to the face. So for example, if I were to do vertex painting and I painted this red, it would turn this corner red, but not the corners for the other faces around here. So it would basically just turn this inner corner red of this face. Yeah. You can also use it to disambiguate things like cutting. So if you want to cut along this edge, but you want to specify which side you want to keep and which side you want to like, or which side you want to select after cutting, half edges allow you to do that thing because there's a distinction between which side you're selecting. Yeah, there are a few other things that are a bit more esoteric, like you can use half edges to modify the normals only on one side of an edge, which is, I kind of broke that feature, so I can't fully show it to you. But there are a few cases where if you have a mesh and you want to create like a soft bevel, like sometimes you just want to make this like a curved, soft shaded thing. But if you, let's see, let me just select the ring, make that soft. So if you imagine this being like a cylindrical object, it's soft shaded along this direction, right? But it's not soft shaded like across these edges here. And it's quite common to want to have these short little bevels, but if you make this edge soft, it's going to change the shading down here as well, because it's going to kind of like smooth the whole shape all the way down here, which is usually not what you want if you just want a small like bevel at the top. And so you run into this like weird situation where you're like, well, I guess I could add more topology, but then you have more triangles, yada yada. And there is a way to fix this. And usually in 3D modeling applications, you would use something called like face-weighted normals, where the amount that that a face contributes to the vertex normal is proportional to the area of the face, which is technically not really the way you should be doing that, but it works in many cases. But yeah, so what you can do with half edges is that you could have a tool where you're like, okay, I want these half edges specifically should not contribute to the normal at all, which means that these faces would dominate the normal over this vertex, which would make it have like which would make it smooth only across these faces here. It's a very esoteric little tool, but yeah, so that's what that's another use case for half edges. But obviously you could make that easier by just like, you could have a feature where you just select your bevel faces and then you click a button that says turn into soft bevel. But half edges go very deep in terms of how 3D modeling tools are written. Like half edges are like a very established data structure, so a lot of mesh editing is written assuming half edges as a data structure. They're extremely flexible for traversal. And in a sense, like half edges is what determines the face normal. The direction that the half edges go around a face determines which direction does the face normal point. If we flip this face, we have basically flipped the half edges, right? So like these half edges go, from this perspective, they're counterclockwise, right? But here they're clockwise. And so like that is the definition for the face normal. Like the half edges is what determines the face normal. And this is usually how meshes are structured, like even outside of a half edge, like in many different applications. So and not only that, but half edges are also used for traversal. So if you're like, I mean, even if you, yeah, if you want to have something like, how do I find an edge loop? Like what is the definition of an edge loop? Like how do you even find an edge loop, right? Like what does that mean? Well, part of the building blocks you can use to figure out whether you're in an edge loop is using half edges. So if you start out on this edge, then half edges point to the next half edge. So if I go to the next half edge and then to the twin half edge, which is the opposite half edge on the same edge, and then go to the next half edge, I have the next next loop half edge, right? And it's this kind of traversal that can be used for doing things like this. Depending on your definition for like how to do this traversal, you could also do stuff like, well, you want to make sure that there's 4 faces around this vertex before you like consider it a valid next edge loop half edge. But yeah, so basically it allows you to do a bunch of traversal stuff. If you want to know how many vertices are in this polygon, well, you just go to the next half edge, and then you go to the next half edge, and then you go to the next half edge, and then you're back to where you started. So that's 4 edges, right? If you have this polygon, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now you're back to the start. So this is an octagon. So half edge is yeah, it's basically the core traversal method. Like in my code, I use them all the time for everything, pretty much. And you also use it to store data for stuff that's like on a per face basis. But in terms of UI, like what you might be using them for as a user, it's partially still to be determined. But I am excited to experiment with it because I do feel like there are probably some kind of interesting use cases where things used to be ambiguous but wouldn't be ambiguous with half edges. So like an example would be like if you want to detach these edges and then move one half of them, like it's kind of like there's no way to disambiguate which side you want to grab onto after detaching. So that would be an example where half edges would let you do that disambiguation. Will you do a video on them? I cannot promise anything when it comes to my videos. I don't know. We'll see. What if we do third edges too? You could. But that would usually be considered non-manifold geometry, which I do support in the data structures. But I currently don't allow you to construct geometry like that because it's wonky. Usually you don't want to have. Usually you want to have 2 half edges per edge. That's kind of why they're called a half edge. But it is possible to have more than 2 half edges. Yeah. Did you ever touch C? I don't think well, I did use C++ for a bit, a long time ago, but and also a little bit recently, and it was a nightmare. But yeah, no, I haven't done like pure C for a long time. I guess cutting along existing edges is actually just not moving the dual, rather than actually creating new geometry then. What do you mean moving the dual? Well, cutting along existing edges does create, well, I guess it depends on how you define geometry. Oh, you mean the like other side? Oh yeah, sorry. I was thinking about dual in terms of like dual elements of like the dual of this face would be like a vertex in the middle, or I don't know. Wait, cutting along is actually just not moving the dual rather than creating a new geometry then. Yes. Or wait, what do we mean by not moving? Or but yeah, I think you're asking the thing that I should answer yes to. But basically, like if you were to select a half edge loop and then cut, then you'd be able to move this without moving the lower one. Yeah, it would get separated. I don't know why my cutting doesn't seem to work, because it should work. But what are your thoughts on Unity AI? I've been fighting Unity on that for a while, so it's not news to me. They've been doing that for a while, and I have let them know what I think about that in very harsh terms. Okay, now I'm getting errors. Oh jeez. Ah jeez, Unity is on to me. Will you be adding a level editing / terrain tool? Those are very different questions. Level editing in terms of creating level geometry and like having camera movements that are made for levels rather than orbiting around a thing, then yes. Terrain tool, maybe. I mean, I have soft selection, which is kind of a start, but I might be doing. I might be adding more terrain specific tools, yeah. Okay. All right. I should really get something to eat. Because I am super hungry. Any other thoughts before I head off? When will you get to UVs? I'm not sure. I am not sure. I'm kind of saving that for last because I'm excited to do UVs. So I'm not sure. Came from Soding, very cool stream. Thank you. Oh, Unit, I was asking, like, do I create new geometry if I were to separate half edges like that? So, yes, but you don't necessarily have to. Like, the way that I define my data structure is a little bit different from like a traditional like D-cell structure, because I do have edges as well. I do have edges as its own specific type of element, and half edges are kind of attached to edges. Yeah. So, or that's not entirely true. But sort of. So yeah, when I do separate, I do create new edges, but I don't create any new half edges. So those are just moved. But I also create new vertices because now their positions are disconnected. What's the goal of all of this? I'm making a 3D modeling tool, and I'm gonna release it. And yeah, I'm releasing it publicly at some point whenever it's ready, when it's 1.0. Yeah, I'm a tool developer. It's a tool. It's gonna be available for people to use and make cool things with. Make art, make 3D models, and make indie games. That kind of stuff, you know? Don't two faces have their own edges, half edges, but on edges we talk are really just two face half edges aligned to be one edge. I have both. I do have edges as its own unique type of element that's separate from half edges, and it's separate from two half edges that meet. And that's specifically because I do want to support non-manifold geometry where you have an edge that has more than two faces. So the way that it works for me is that if there's an edge where, so like instead of half edges having a twin around the edge, half edges have a next half edge around the edge. In my data structures, I call it the next wing because you can kind of consider the faces are like wings around a central vertex, right? And so if you have a half edge that's along an edge, along a specific plane, and you will get the half edge that's on the same edge but on a different plane. It's the next wing. If there's only ever two planes connected along an edge, the next wing is the same thing as the twin half edge. But if there's more than two faces connected to an edge, then there's no really canonical twin, because you could go either the next twin or the previous twin. So you could kind of consider it as like a cyclical. They're pointers from every half edge along the or every half edge around the same edge have a next half edge around that edge. So it's like a cyclical, like a. There's a word for this. It's like a linked list, but in a ring. Ring buffer? Linked list? Yeah, but it's like cyclical. Yeah, whatever that is. There's pointers around the whole thing. Yeah, so that's how that works. Show the curse biblically accurate geometry. If I can find it. Where would that be? Maybe here? Maybe? No? Hmm. Oh, I don't know where all of my notes are. Oh, it used to live on my desktop, I think. Oh, I found a PNG version of it. That works. Okay. Here you go. Here are some various arrangements of edges and phases. Mode RGB. New layer, please. There we go. Yeah, so a wire. This is an edge with no faces. Currently, I don't really use that, but technically it's possible to have that in my like underlying code. Boundary is just an edge that has only a single face connected to it. Manifold is just a standard two faces meet at an edge. This is kind of the canonical happy place. And then we get into weird shit. So I don't even know what this one is supposed to be called. I just call it the unifold because it's kind of manifold, but it's the same face on both sides. So it's like it's an edge that's connected to two half edges, but both of those half edges happen to lie on the same face, which is a little bit weird. Which has a bunch of weird implications. So like the half edges here would be like going around like this. The half edges for this face. So you can kind of imagine a face like that. Strange situation. Not too fond of unifold situations. And then we got non-contiguous faces. So, or non-contiguous edge configurations, which is when your half edges point in the same direction. Which is also, wait, it should be opposite. Which is also kind of weird because usually they're opposite, but in this case, because they're pointing the same direction, you have face normals that are pointing in opposite direction. Usually that's not very nice. When your face normals are, you have two faces that share a vertex, but the face normal is pointing in the opposite direction. That doesn't vibe usually. And then you have the biblically accurate configuration where you just have an edge with more than two faces. Yeah, those are the edge configurations. And then there are a few other nightmare scenarios. Like, do I have that on here? Well, that might be in a separate file somewhere. Well, I used to have a bunch of scribbles on how to deal with holes in meshes where you have a face with a hole in it, but the outer perimeter of the face doesn't connect to the hole. Can you save this out and put it on a t-shirt? I probably should. There's a lot of people that ask about it, so I should probably make some kind of thing like that. One day. All right. Any last thoughts before I head off? I can imagine wires are biblically accurate being useful if there was a solidity modifier to give them thickness. Yeah, it's also useful for stuff that like you might want to define paths, like just a curve in 3D space with a bunch of edges that are just connected to each other, so you have no like face data anywhere. So I can imagine you might want to define like a spline path or something and then export that. And I don't know. I usually don't deal much with weird geometry like that, but I can imagine, you know. Okay. All right. Thanks for joining, everybody. I hope this was interesting or useful or whatever else it was. I hope the dooming about AI intermission for like in 2 hours wasn't too annoying, but you know, I gotta prep for my AI debate, so I'm gonna be debating an AI startup guy on Friday. It's gonna be interesting. And I hope I won't lose my mind or my hope for humanity, but it's already kind of lost, so I don't know if I can go that much lower. It's gonna be on YouTube and it will be live. It's gonna be on Friday at 10 to 22 Stockholm time. So Central European time at 10 in the evening, 10 p.m. So yeah, it'll be streamed on YouTube. It will not be streamed on Twitch because the moderator of the debate is banned on Twitch, so he will not be allowed to appear on Twitch. On this channel, yes. For those of you watching on YouTube, it's going to be on that channel. It'll be streamed, yes. I am so hungry. Okay. All right. Is there anything else I wanna talk about or plug? I don't think so. But yeah, all right. Thanks for joining, everybody. As usual. Can I do this? If you want to support the stuff that I do, if you happen to be sitting on a pile of money, or if you just want to support in small amounts, that would be super, super nice of you. I do have a Patreon. If you want to financially support the stuff that I do. Otherwise, even just being here, hanging out is nice as well. So thanks everybody for joining and keeping me company. Yeah. All right. We got the we got the other element type soft selection working, which is nice. Yeah. All right. I think that's it for me. Oh, yeah, I do have a Discord. It's linked on my profiles in various places, probably on both YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, it's probably below the stream, and on YouTube, it's probably on the account. And we got a paw from Toast. This is He's gonna wave his paw. Toast waves goodbye. He's cleaning his paw, so he doesn't want me grabbing his paw. Okay. Right. Okay. Thanks for joining, everybody. See y'all next time. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, like I said, the debate is going to be only here on YouTube. It's not going to be on Twitch. That's on Friday at 10 p.m. Stockholm time, Central European time, which I believe is 4 p.m. ET. And it might be a disaster. Who knows? But yeah, anyway, thanks for joining. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.